drowning now. No, you won't hear a sound. The screaming bottled within. Take a look around and keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting. wanna be delivered to the I wanna be delivered to the heart. Mama said you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm no different from the rest. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling. We're all searching for that open door. Show me proof that there is something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make.
Welcome back to the Blitz Gaming Series, day number 2 of season number 1. It's going to be another exciting day of games as we start the first day for groups C and D. My name is Chaka. That guy over there is Goose. And how are we feeling coming into the day, Goose?
I'm feeling really great. We have two big names both in the T2 and T3 scene, even though one team is going to have a little bit of a new roster than what we saw from the past couple of months. But again, a lot of great matchups and a lot of great potentials for setups in this best of one first week.
Yeah, speaking of the T2 team that you mentioned, it's going to be Makers versus the new formed TSG roster. And if you guys are wondering what happened to TSG post TPL, that roster got picked up by Wildcard Aces, who are currently playing in a Blitz Gaming Series after their exit in Element 3. But let's focus on Makers versus TSG. Of course, if you've been watching T2 and also any of the major quals and for Manchester for the last few months, you should know who these players are. It's Kobilax, Packer, Woos, and Giddy on the Bino on the Makers side, and for TSG, Cassia, Cloud, Space, and Tweety and Zim. And I'm excited for this game because it's an opportunity for TSG to put themselves back out there after a tough first day loss.
Yeah, 100%. Not only as an organization, but also just as a roster. These are veteran T3, T4 players. They've been around the block multiple times. And if they can beat a team like Makers, not only would that do great for their group, which is so difficult, the teams in it, it's going to be really difficult. Even though 3 teams make it out, you still don't want to be that last team. You also get Twitter bragging rights. So at the end of the day, it's pretty much everything good for TSG. And the side of Makers, obviously, it's not going to be the biggest loss. But yeah, I do think there is a small potential. It is going to be small. But we actually have to see what maps we're going to be playing at. This is a best one, so we're only going to be seeing one map for this matchup today, and it's going to be Nighthaven. I actually love that match. I love this map, and I think it's also probably one of the better maps for a setup.
It's a pretty balanced map, all things considered, between both the attack and defensive side of things. And as we saw in TSG's last game against, I believe it was the 86 Pistons on Sky, only one attack was won, and that was by the 86 Pistons to win it out after they went up 6-3. So TSG are now going on a more neutral heavy map where attack actually has a chance to take some rounds just because of how tough defending can be with all of the vertical angles that exist on labs. It's going to be a good opportunity to show what they can do, but against Makers, that's going to be a really tough ask for them to do. But the best thing that they could ask for is starting off on the attacking side, because as we've seen the Makers in the past months, they have struggled on defense quite a bit, especially with how over aggressive they can be and how well that's been punished by other teams. And now starting off with their ban phase, Goose, C, Ying is going to be the first one banned.
Yeah, I think this is a really great opportunity for Makers to do a lot of just testing, whether it be in their overall strats or whether it be just simply playing Nighthaven Labs as a whole. I think TSG being, that amateur T4 roster, this is a good opportunity for Makers to really feel that really weird and unstructured pressure that they most likely will feel from those T3 teams going into T2 into Element 3 later this week. So this is a great opportunity, not only for TSG, but also Makers. They can really go into this matchup saying that, obviously this is not our main priority, but we can use this to really test some things out, try some new things, and that also in turn does give TSG a potential opportunity to catch Makers off guard.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. Makers don't really play labs a whole bunch. They usually end up on maps like Clubhouse, Chalet, your borders, maps that depend heavily on your gun skill, and labs can play into that aspect as well. So going into this one, you really would expect Makers to take it in a pretty dominant fashion, especially after how TSG played in their very first game. And as the bans commence, it's not anything too surprising, Goose. The Tuberal to close it off, and Monty and Ying being banned makes a lot of sense on this map, especially when you consider things like the IT breach, Rafters. You want to keep hold of that as a defense as much as you want to keep, or as much as you want to open up the IT wall as quickly as possible. You do want to hold on to the Raptors too.
Yeah, I am a little bit surprised that Monty was going to be banned. Obviously, it's, a no-brainer, but I thought going into this matchup, both teams were going to want to try a lot of new things. I think if you're in a position of TSG, you can't really play your style of Siege, even if they do have a style, because Makers, they've seen it, they've played it, they've scrimmed it 10 times out of 10. I've said this, whenever you have an underdog matchup, especially if it's such a bridged gap between a T4, T3 level team, going against T2 is you have to make Makers uncomfortable. You have to give them a lot of overall strats, a lot of pushes, simply play the game in ways that Makers have not really played against. Give them things they're not expecting, really make them uncomfortable, because, these high level teams, when they are in positions where they're uncomfortable and they don't really know what to expect, that's when you start to see some cracks in their gameplay. Obviously, there's other potentials for TSG to potentially take away with this matchup. And again, sure, it's only their second game, but they do play each team twice. So if they do go down 0-2, it's going to be a spot where you're going to start to worry a little bit.
Also going to be a site where you're going to have to worry a little bit, because in the ban phase, Valkyrie and Tuberal have been banned, like we both mentioned, and that leaves the Azami up, that leaves the Fenrir up. Fenrir is not going to be played in this first round, it's going to be the Azami instead, and you have to imagine that with the Azami up, that they're just going to play Raptors and also have a Kaib this round too in order to protect that IT wall from being open, and you have to imagine that TSG will bring something in order to counter that so that they have an easier time breaching that wall. This is something that's not been seen before, or rather it has been seen before, but not really this deep on the basement site when playing the second floor. It's going to be Packer playing inside a basement, but already it seems like TSG are kind of prepping for a fast entry towards top blue with this blitz.
Yeah, I really love this read from TSG. They're simply just trying to catch Makers off guard, trying to catch them while they're still setting up these, off-site holds right outside of the site and potentially finding a gap. Cloud's finding a gap here, but he's just going to play back in. I really like this from TSG. They're playing concealed. They're making sure they take their time, but they don't give too much to Makers.
Blitz goes in, gets immediately shut down by Klex, and on the other side of things, TSG have also lost another player. And so you lose that Blitz, you kind of lose one of your big win conditions, and that's already TSG with a really bad man disadvantage. Castle, Barricade, Maverick, I don't really know what the heck is happening here. But it doesn't really seem like they have enough utility to take Raptors neither with the Azami still here, but they've backed off, and this is a smart read from Makers. They realize that the hole is closing in. That's a really nice peek, though, from Zim, catching the over-aggression there from Klax, and you see TSG. Now with that Azami dead, they start to move in into this Raptors position.
Another kill for Woos and Makers. They're just playing the swing game. They're just taking every single engagement isolated. All TSG players, every time they have engaged into a gunfight onto Makers, it was isolated. Whether there was a player behind them, the player most likely, for example, the player behind the blitz was lagged. He had to follow up. He was not ready for that blitz to go into that position on top water so quickly. And because of that, Makers, they're just essentially isolating all 5 players in TSG into separate 1v5s, and it's just really a game that's not the best. Like, for example, what's him there? And now it's all up to Tweety. In a 1v4, it's possible, but it's going to be unlikely.
Moving into connector, the breach is already, or rather the mirror window has been pre-opened there from the side of Makers in order to exert more aggression on top of what Giddy was trying to do in E-Box, but it's been shut down by Bino, and that's Makers to find the very first round here on Labs. That's not too surprising considering what we know about Makers coming into this. It was quite dominant as well.
Yeah, there were a lot of question marks about Makers not only coming into a map like Nighthaven, but just coming into this entire league in general, because it's like, what are they going to do? How are they going to play? Are they going to try new things? Or are they simply just going to play it as a team? You know, just kind of wait, just play off each other. And that's exactly what TSG's been allowing them to do. Again, I talked about every engagement has been isolated due to the fact that the TSG players are just completely engaging in these 1v1, 1vx gunfights on a Makers. And that's a formula that Makers will eat up every day of the week. And it goes to show that there's maybe not a lot of cohesion, maybe a lack of an IGL, or at least a lack of listening to the IGL. You do see that in a lot of teams at this skill level, but it's a problem that can be fixed easy. It's simply as like playing a little bit back. We saw that the Blitz did wait a little bit, try to relay some information, but then eventually just overpushed. And it really comes down to a lot of these players in the micro decisions and plays of simply just saying, hey, I see something open, let me see if I can take it.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that whenever I was watching TSG versus the 86 Pistons, that's one thing that they really struggled with. They lost so many 1v3s. I just remember that game vividly because I remember how shocking it was. It was like one 1v3 on Office and Exhibition where the mirror, or it wasn't the mirror, it was like Corrupt on Bandit. And they had no info on the guy for like the whole majority of that round. And it seemed like for TSG that they just didn't really, it wasn't really like lack of info, it was just like a lack of backup for each and every player, like most namely the Blitz coming in on the water stairs. He was just by himself, and when Makers play really well off of each other, they play really well off of each other, and they had like a 3-man crossfire not only from the doorway but also from the footholds as well too. And that's what you saw, like the Blitz just rush in without really any help or backup. And that's such a confusing round to watch on the second floor attack, especially because you have to expect, if TSG left this map up to be picked, to be decided in this best of one, that they should know what they're doing. And on the second floor, it just seemed like every player was extremely lost.
Yeah, and you know, not to make Makers like gods, is not every map for Makers is going to be 100%. There are going to be maps, even in Blitz Gaming series, that they're gonna say, I don't think we should go there. And I think Nighthaven was, again, not only a question mark for us as viewers and casters, but as, you know, Makers in general. They haven't played it a whole lot, and going up against TSG, which is a formidable team, you know, they have a lot of solid players on the roster. The problem with a lot of, you know, T4 teams is you could have a great 5-set roster, but actually utilizing each skill set is when the difficulty comes in. And then when you're trying to set up pushes and you have teams like Makers that can just completely dissect you on those like little micro plays, like for example the drone hole, those little micro I guess you could say plays, again, that completely just shut down a push. And those are things that TSG will never really realize and read into.
Seems like we're still waiting on a TSG player to return into the lobby. They're not even in a VC quite yet. So we're going to take a quick little break, and then once we come back, we'll be back with round number 2 on Labs between Makers and TSG. So don't go anywhere. we're back in this game between Makers and TSG, and if you didn't see the last round, it was pretty much a landslide. It ended in a 1v3 3 players alive for Makers. Now we see them move from the second floor, turn that into a basement site defense, and there's gonna be no Mira, but instead we have 2 operators that I don't usually see. Well, the visual is more common than a Caveira. I think that's fair to say.
Yep, that is definitely going to be fair to say. I do think a Vigil, especially even with Boss G, you've been seeing it a lot more, especially we saw it be brought out a couple of times in E3. But Packer going on to Cav, not only is that kind of a pick where it's like, let's see what I can get away with, but on top of it, it's Packer. So we know exactly the shenanigans he's going to get into. But I really like this. This is going to give TSG somewhat, I wouldn't say an easy, but a clean and cut. Okay, we know the 2 roamers, let's just get rid of them early on or push them back down. It's going to be relatively easy. And again, they're going on with this relatively early read, trying to find a gap, trying to get the site early, reading that it's somewhat soft. But if they can't read these actual players correctly, and it's going to fall apart.
Couple kills found for Makers, and as the dust settles and the smoke clears, it's, well, an overwhelming lead for Makers. It's now Cassie on a 1v3 going towards the assembly wall. He has 3 Makers players to find with the lack of info. They tried to go for a rush and it didn't quite work, and it just got overwhelmed by all of the horizontal angles on the site. That's a nice kill though from Cassia, but he can't quite find the next 2. It's Claps from Tank with the Boss G shot, or Kobe Lax, my bad, with the Boss G shot to end that round in Maker's favor.
Oh, we're using the quarter system. Kind of forgot about that. That's nice.
Oh yeah,
I like that. Honestly, that's even better for Makers, honestly, because going in this matchup, outside of this, especially with how the kind of landscape is going to, we talked about with XGS, is that the quarter system is not going to be going into Pro League. So because of that, a lot of teams that Makers will be scrim, which will be T2, T1 teams, are going to ask for that traditional format. So this most likely will be probably one of the few and many chances they actually get to, somewhat practice in this format for Element 3. So this is a great opportunity, and I think that really goes to show that they're going to take this somewhat serious, to an extent at least. But for the side of TSG, they're doing too much. I talked about in the pre-show on how they really need to get creative. They need to make Makers uncomfortable, but hitting the site early, or actually not even hitting the site early, rushing the site early on 2 rounds in a row is something that Makers can just read miles away. And now, if I'm a player or if I'm a coach, I'm kind of thinking the situation of just play the game how you continue to play it, and you can learn from your mistakes. You're going to find a lot of instances where you're going to make mistakes, and it's going to be punished very hard and very quickly, but because you're going up against such a high level team like Makers, you're going to be able to take a lot more away from those mistakes.
Is she gonna have the opportunity to attack into a tertiary sites, and this is a great opportunity for them to at least get around, because this storage site is a very hard site to really defend, and it's just an easy plant towards the window if there's not, especially if you just get the IT wall open. And it seems like that's what TSG are gonna do early. They like to go for these heavy rushes. Maybe they can get away with it this round. They also got control of basement, so disabling an opportunity for Makers to get away with the nitro play, at least without TSG noticing, is on the cards, and already an early fight being taken on Raptors. But an early fight from Clouds is going to confirm that kill onto the Raptors player. Bino's dead, but that's a quick trade out onto space. For some reason, they just don't go for the IT breach, or actually they did open it, but they just try and clear the rest of top floor. I think once you just get this open, you can just see if you can make an execute happen for there, but they try and clear the top floor. It doesn't quite work out. Packer finds a kill on site. Cassia finds another, and that means that the site is completely clear with Packer dead. That was the only site player there for Makers. That goes out. Doesn't confirm the kill. Plant is completed, and now Makers are in a very tough spot on a retake. Woos finds a kill back, but now he's the last player alive in a 1v2. Made it possible from a 1v3. One player is upstairs, and I believe the other player is just outside the window. This retake is basically impossible, and they make the vertical really, really late. But that does apply enough pressure for Woos to get off the plant. But no, he finds a kill into Clouds. Gets right back on the plant spot, but that's an easy kill for Tweety to confirm from the vertical angle. Well played from TSG to at least get the plant down, find a lone site player, and then execute based off of a really easy post-plant position.
I really loved that round from TSG, and the read that they essentially made was going into that second round, even though that rush failed, they liked the idea and they saw that they had success in spotting a gap on the site. Third time around, it worked absolutely wonders. Even though the trade game early on was really rough and it took Cassia on that buck to just break his way through sight and completely disconnect the entire defense, it was still something that you got. Now, the question is, when TSG does not get opportunities and they can't take advantage of gaps like that, will they be able to create some? Not sure yet, but again, a great round and, you know, relatively good post plan and post setup vertical from that last player on the side of Tweety from TSG. And again, you know, overall a great round and really reading that they could spot the gaps efficiently. And after 3 times, it eventually worked.
Yep, I think the storage site is a very easy site for you to just do that type of plant on. It's very easy, especially once you get the IT breach open. And once Makers lost at least 2 bodies on that top floor, it was the 1 body in top rafters. It makes it so much easier to then go for that execute and challenge the lone side player there for Makers. And that's exactly what TSG did. And at time, instead of just like cutting corners like they've usually been doing in the opening 2 rounds, they actually do try and like clear some space before they go for that play, and that was really solid from TSG. And now they get an opportunity to defend on labs, and they play into the second floor, and this is usually the primary side choice for most players. It's already the Makers working on the connector wall, and then now their next target is going to be trying to find that IT breach from being open, but it's Bandit, and they don't have a Thatcher inside of this round, so you have to imagine that there's probably going to be some vertical interplay here from Makers. But why do you need vertical play when Kobe Lax can just walk into rafters and find 2 picks through the smoke? TSG have no idea what's going on, and that's already an opening found from Makers. That's a 3rd for Kobe Lax. Tweety's now down. Clouds finds 2 from 19 breach. They've neglected to open this wall and deal with him, and now he's found a way for TSG to get back inside of this round.
Hacker gets another one, now in a 1v3, all up to Clouds and Makers. This is exactly what they love. They know exactly where he is. They're just going to collapse onto him. And yet again, yet another definitive round by Makers, and simply because the defensive gaps by TSG were so wide and easy to read. And on top of that, you just let a glass run through. And those are plays that a lot of the time now TSG, they can read in that easy. That's a play that you can stop. It's a one time. You're only going to be able to do that 1 round. But if Makers, if they can continue to find these little gaps, do these little trick plays, and expose the gaps for TSG, it could continue to be a problem leading into our halftime.
Yeah, you heard me wheezing just slightly, and it was because off rip, TSG, as soon as they pick back into the second floor site, they already pick into the Warden. And that's a good counter for the glass play because, again, Kobe Lax just walks in through the smokes, and TSG just have no idea what's going on and allows them to play perfectly in that position because TSG have no counter through the smokes. This time around, they do. So if that play happens from Kobe Lax, I'm looking directly at Cassia to be able to counter it effectively, but instead Makers, they re-pick off of the glass. It's going to be Kobe Lax to go for the Thatcher, and that makes a lot of sense considering how many issues the IT breach poised to Makers once they tried to move in from Raptors. 2 kills found from Clouds in IT because they've neglected to open up the breach. So this time around, they at least have something to open that with. Never mind, they do just have 4 EMP impacts, so I guess that's good enough.
I really love Giddy and just the role he's playing on this, recruit. I believe it's called Striker. And essentially, with these can openers, he can just open up any wall paired with his EMP device. And the entire team of Makers, they don't have to waste droning him out. They don't have to waste the utility, the Thatcher, or any supports. But it's Packer missing the shot initially, and he gets it. The entry into the site and potentially an entry into the entire round in sight.
There's a player inside of connector too. I just wonder how he's been able to jump in through the wall, and you have to think that the connector wall being opened up like that and opening up so many angles means that the Capcan can't swing off of that. TSG, though, they find 2 kills back. That disrupts this push, this rush inside of E-Box from Makers for now. Packer's still alive, well and good at full HP on this Blitz, and he knows that there's a player inside of the meeting hallway, but he can't quite find that kill. Nor does he want to rush with all of these long angles being played against him. He turns his back for 1 second, and TSG will not be afraid to shoot him in the back. So it looks like he does want to try and see if he can run through and challenge this player 1v1 by himself. Bino, though, has snuck his way inside of IT for now, and he may be able to find a pick, but TSG are playing this very disciplined. They have to know that he's here, and they have to have heard him Zim is in a great spot to capitalize off of this, and so he does. And that's Bino down with Packer to follow, and that's TSG, almost forgot their name for a second, TSG to find their second round here on Labs after, well, a misplay in the previous round on the same site.
A great, honestly, just very forefrontward defense from TSG. They were able to stop the flood of the heavy utility rush from Makers. Makers simply just not doing enough work to clear those positions, clear out those defenders and those cross angles onto the site. Realizing that it was not as soft as they thought, and by the time they realized that, they've already lost players, and it was a 2v4, and both players were completely disconnected. So I guess you could really just dumb that round down to just it being an overstep, an over-aggressive round entirely from Makers, and then TSG. Not only were they able to react and counter very well, but they had the operators, they had the utility right in place to counter it, reading it from the very beginning, reading that Makers were going to do somewhat of the exact same aggressive push. And now TSG, they have the opportunity going into their halftime timeout to tie it up 3-3. When we saw that 3-1 scoreline, that's not something that I really necessarily expected, but we're here now, and TSG going back down onto their final defensive round for this half. They have everything in the ability. They've read the defense relatively well, and if they do expect another rush from Makers, they're going to actually deal wonders. That's exactly what we're going to do. Makers are going to be a little bit more careful, though, bringing out that Dokkaebi, the Thatcher, and the Thermite to get the wall. They're going to be doing a little bit more of that basic work to cut off some sites, lines of sites for TSG, and give them some options of ways into the site. Speaking of ways into the site, Bino finds his way onto Cassia's head for the very first opening pick.
That's one of the site players dealt with. You gotta find another though. And Kobilex just got dealt with on top floor, but it's Spino to find another. They've gotten control of Exosuit in the backside of things. That's Packer just rushing in, and you just can't beat a blitz nowadays. Plant is gonna be commenced here or completed by Makers, and with Cloud being the last player alive, he still does have a Nitro, but it's never going to be enough to stop 4 Makers players from overwhelming you on site and getting the plant down. He rushes outside. His position is known to Makers, who are just gonna send the blitz after him, but it's gonna be Woos with the pistol on the Thatcher to confirm that kill for Makers and confirm a 4-2 lead here at half between Makers and TSG on the final attack for Makers now that they've switched.
And I think this is a great opportunity for TSG because, you know, why I love the quarter system so much is because both teams get to play their opponent on attacking and defense on the map, which gives them the ability to completely read and understand the entire play style of their opponents on the map. And I think that is more going to be in the favor of TSG, or rather they're going to have more to work with. They read that second round on the top floor site really well, and the exact same type of aggressive utility heavy push was used by Makers in that last round. But again, TSG simply didn't read into it as well, not expecting it, and left the site a little bit too soft. And if you're Makers, you're going to continue to do the exact same things. They're not going to change too much up. And this gives, again, like I talked about earlier on in this first map, that TSG, they have an opportunity to catch Makers off guard when in some situations they may be a little bit lazy.
Yeah, to be fair, I didn't really see much of an emphasis from Makers to like try and take top floor. And I noticed that there was some players from TSG as well to like play on the first floor roam game, but they still just gave up a lot of space around the site. Like Packers just run down the soda machine stairs and like take an Exosuit as the blitz, and there's really no teamwork around TSG to ensure the blitz isn't really as effective as he seems to be compared to like the second floor site, where when TSG played it, they kind of cornered the blitz in E-Box and they weren't over aggressing. They were playing into crossfires really effectively. But on that basement site, it wasn't necessarily the same, and you gotta blame the site more than anything else. I mean, yeah, TSG lost the round, but basement is very wide open, and sometimes you're very split up from one another on the defense. Now TSG starting off on the attack. They have to attack into this second floor setup from Makers. Oops, sorry, scratchy throat. But yeah, it's gonna be very interesting this time around. Something that you don't see too often on many defensive setups is gonna be that Tachanka.
5 seconds remaining.
I really love this read from Makers because it's a very simple solution to TSG just flooding one point of the map really quickly. Because if Makers, or at least just solely Kobe, can read that, oh hey, TSG, for example, are just rushing Raptors, he just has to shoot a couple of his fires, and then he'll be able to not only completely cut off that avenue for the attack, but also waste time. And TSG is a team, if they don't see success in a push and taking a part of the map relatively quickly, they will change it up. They won't necessarily commit. We saw that in the very first round when they completely just gave up on water, rotated over to Raptors, tried to take that, and didn't have a whole lot of success. So if TSG, if they continue to go with that same mindset with their early on attacking pushes, especially onto the exact same map or site rather, then I think Makers are going to have success.
I've never seen that Russian APOG with the suppressor before, but I've seen this play before. E-Box rush with the blitz. It's gonna find Clouds the first kill of the game, but it's easily well played against by Giddy. Bino and Woo's on the other side of things completely thwart the attack from TSG. I'm pretty sure that was from IT Breach. So Twitty on the other side does find a kill through Connector. His teammate right beside him is dead, and he doesn't really have anyone around him. Zim is just in Connector between a rock and a hard spot. Vertical angles and a player pushing him through the E-Box door is going to be his end. And now it's up to Tweety in a 1v3. Now trying to push into Connector, but can't quite find a mark. And Packer's going up for a flank as well. It's going to be quite tough for him to like catch out and win a gunfight against. But if Packer just has a revolver, he might just win this gunfight if he doesn't have support from his teammates. He dies, but it is Giddy to sneak up behind Tweety with that GSG shotgun into meeting. And it's Makers to find yet another round here on Labs.
Going into, the micro decisions for TSG, and that last 2v4 for them, they had one player inside of electrical, aggressing onto the site, essentially taking a 1v2, one player or one defender down below, and then one player rotating around from site door, his teammate all the way over by top main droning. And this goes to show that TSG don't have cohesion. They're not necessarily talking and having the best comms, because in that situation, you shouldn't have a teammate getting on drone, completely disconnected you. Keep in mind, he didn't have a drone near site. He had to go on drone, take it, drive it over towards site. But while he was doing all that, his teammate was initiating in a very aggressive push and engagement. And because he didn't have his teammate there, it was essentially a 1v2 where he was completely shut down. And if he had that teammate there, he would have been able to at least get a trade, potentially even get both of the kills, and then initiate that 2v1 onto that last defender on site. But they didn't, because they weren't all on the same page. And this is a problem that, kind of trickles down and creates even more and bigger problems for every single round for TSG. And it's going to continue to be a problem because it's one of those system problems that you can't simply fix in a game.
Gonna be TSG. They're not trying to attack into basement this time around. And it's interesting, Goyo canister has been placed on the assembly wall as well. So TSG do go for a rush like they've been going for this whole entire time. Then they're gonna be punished by that one Goyo canister. But it does seem like they're gonna try and go for a top clear. Actually, they're all not going for a top clear. It's just gonna be Cassio all by himself. The rest of his teammates still outside for now. One player attempting to maybe try and find a kill over by assembly, but he's by himself. They could just set off this Goyo canister at any minute, but no, he finds a nice shot onto Packer. That's him down, plus Giddy. And Cassie has found some value going on into the top floor by himself, now being joined by the rest of his team. Goyo canister satellite, and Makers in a really tough spot with all of the vertical control in favor of TSG, plus a 5v3.
TSG, they have everything in their favor. They pushed all three players down onto the site and have a favorable man count. A 2v4 or a 4v2 rather for them, and now they have the utility. They have the crosses to cut off these last two players. This is, on paper, should be an unlosable round for them. But Makers, Woos and Bino are two players you do not want to doubt. In a potential, with the time starting to tick down, so TSG, they're going to have to move fast and identify where these last two defenders are, because if they don't, they're going to be caught off in these 1v1 engagements. That's all right. 1v4 now. Essentially over for the entire round, and TSG, they take the round and get that 5-3 scoreline. Last matchup yesterday, they lost 7-3 to a team that's still formidable, not nearly as Makers. Now they have a position again. They tried that rush on the last half, the last time that they went into the push. That was great. And I really love how TSG has really said they're not going to give up on these pushes. They're going to have the same idea on the attack, that they want to be aggressive. They want to take space really quickly and act off of it quickly. And they're going to continue to do that. Fail or success, it's a formula that they're trying to find success in. And I really love that. I really like that they're using this game as a testing ground, not really being too scared, defaulting onto that default attacking play style, giving Makers the edge. And now they found a formula that has at least worked on that one attacking round, solving the problem that they lost on previously. You're good. Yes. I can hear you.
Kind of silly with audio sometimes, and that's exactly what happened in my case. It's good to see though TSG didn't like surrender a 1v3 or 1v4 min advantage. That was actually pretty nice to see, and the reason why is because I was trying to say it in the middle of that clutch that literally yesterday they gave up 2 1v3s in a row on a attack of Skyscraper. And it was really rough to watch sometimes, and the reason why it happened was because they either didn't have info or players were just taking 1v1 engagements too many times, or it was a mixture of both. So now TSG on the attack, at least in that last round, played really well off of each other. They got the plant down, they had their discipline, they knew where their last player was, and they played really well off of each other to ensure that that round was won. Now Makers going back to the basement site, and basement is actually really hard to defend, and that's why you see Makers go with a completely different plan. Instead of full bunkering onto the site like they did last time and not really having much emphasis on vertical, giving that away to TSG really early with minimal control in that first and second floor, they've opted to go for a heavier roam game, and I like this approach.
And again, Cassia, or not Cassia, but Cloud's rather, on the buck, probably one of the most crucial operators for your attack, takes a 1v1 engagement. Sure, he wasn't expecting it, but he was in a position where he had absolutely no support. And then Woos dealt with him relatively easily, and also you lose your Ashe. All of your soft reach utility gone, and you continue gunfight after gunfight, taking these 1v1s that are absolutely unneeded. TSG just getting lazy on the attack, doing no work whatsoever, and simply just trying to take gunfights minutes before they should even be taking place.
Yeah, to be fair, that's all Makers really had to do was just roam and together as a team, because like TSG really have an issue with just picking into information ops. Like, yes, they picked into the Dokkaebi a handful of times. They haven't really used her all that well effectively, and players are just like clearing the top floor by themselves. That's what we saw the previous round for basement when Cassia was up there by himself, clearing it, got the very first pick, and then that kill turned into TSG having first and second floor control of the map, with Makers just stuck on the basement site with all of the vertical control in favor of TSG. That time around, Makers went for a heavy roam game. TSG don't bring any roam clear operators. They try to go for the same thing again. Doesn't really work because they don't really have much emphasis on information game. And so now TSG have the opportunity to try and bring things back on their defensive game, or on their defensive side, which is what is primarily getting them back into the game. But Labs is a really neutral map, and all it takes is for one round to go wrong, and Makers are completely stomping you 7-3 or 7-4 or 7-5. It doesn't matter.
I think if TSG, and you know, this is gonna sound a little bit cynical, if they can get a 7-4, that is progress, especially against a team like Makers, and they're making mistakes that just should not be happening. You know, it doesn't matter if you're playing against Makers, it doesn't matter if you're playing against T4, T3 team. If you're clearing out a position, a shield, you didn't run. You know, every single engagement is just a 1v1, and now You got Packer running into sight. This should be an initiation. An engagement at TSG should relatively shut down easily.
Yeah, he's going down the cargo stairs, and there may just be a pinch worked on to the Animus breach, and that's exactly what Makers are doing. Packer just runs in by himself, the madman, and this is exactly what you see Packer do all of the time, and he's ready to take a 1v1 engagement, but it's well thwarted by not only Legion Mines, but well-placed crossfires for TSG, and the smoke clears, and now Makers find themselves in the middle of a 4v2 or a 2v4 with only Wooz and Bino to count on. And you have two talent shields in back pocket of Wooz. He's not going to be given an opportunity to place even one down as Cloud swings and connects for two. And that's TSG to at least put a fourth round on the board, potentially delaying the inevitable or going into OT.
I want to say potentially going into overtime, but that's kind of a round where it's, if you're Makers, if you simply just drone, you'll be fine. And it's like, sure, you know, Packer did wait for some support, that he did have one drone going, but that was kind of a push. Again, a lot of these rounds, a lot of these situations where it's Makers were saying, let's see how much we can get away with. That time around, they got away with next to nothing. But again, this is a great opportunity that I've said throughout this entire match for TSG to find a solution in your formula. All it really takes for teams to have success, you know, whether it be leagues or in scrims, is just to have success in your formula. To have that confidence behind your game, it is all the better for not only the individual players, but, you know, a team as a whole. And I think going out of this matchup, if Makers can really solidify this in this round, it wouldn't be that bad for TSG. And, you know, not a lot of people had, you know, any expectations whatsoever. But if there is some wild world, if we are in the nightmare realm and we see TSG take this into overtime, that is going to be even more fantastic.
It'd be crazy. I don't think fantastic is the word to use for it. It'd be crazy to see them bring this back into like an overtime situation. It's gonna be Makers. The ball is in their court to just really win this game 7-4, and I would hope that this is the round they try and do it in. It's going to be the primary site choice of the second floor site, and this site is very hard to attack, and especially if you just don't have any tertiary pressure anywhere else. The first kill, though, happens from Makers, and that's Kobilax all the way downstairs on the first floor, and now he's just moved up to Aqua, taking care of one of the roamers, and that was the Solus down below. Now that he's killed the Aruni, he gets top Aqua, and he could potentially put a lot of pressure on the defenders here on the site, though Nitrocell from Clouds is going to answer back here against Makers to even out the man count.
And again, another great opportunity, but Cassia, apparently he didn't have his glasses on, and now it's all up to Tweety. They know exactly where he is, but he does give himself some life, but Bino is eventually able to finish it off. Makers taking their very first game in BGS Season 1, 7-4.
It's going to be the second game as well for TSG, and they take the L. 0-2 to start the season off, and for Makers, it's a really hot start. I mean, 7-4. At least for TSG, you can be proud of this because you aren't really expected to get much from this game. They got 4 rounds from it, and to be fair, the 4 rounds that they were able to muster up were pretty solid rounds too. The one attack that they got into storage, pretty nice plant and a post plant to ensure that Makers didn't really have a chance to come back inside of that round. The 3 rounds that they won on the attack was because of some really nice, well-placed crossfires on the defense. And that made Makers struggle quite a bit. So you at least have something to take away from this game, but you have a lot to learn in the process too.
Yeah, I think the best way to put it is just like you said, there is a lot to learn. But, you know, I talked about it a lot, is that if TSG, if they can find some success in the formula, talked about they actually stunted Makers in a lot of the time, they can translate that to other series against teams that aren't going to be as well prepared or that aren't going to have that solidified veteran as a roster in the scene. But again, TSG, a lot of those rounds, simply just not doing enough. It kind of felt like they were just throwing bodies at single isolated Makers players, and they're punished because of it.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a tough one to take on the chin for TSG because even though you take 4 rounds off of Makers, you know, you start the season 0-2, and that's not what you want. And I felt like that game against the 86 Pistons, especially with how well known of a team name that TSG is, there should be no reason why they lost to the 86 Pistons. But whatever, you take those on the chin. You have an opportunity to play them again sometime soon, and it's time to move on into your next game. And for Makers, great start to BGS. This is exactly what we expect from them, and yeah, I'm pretty excited to see what the future holds.
Yep, that's going to be our very first game of the day. We're going to have one more before we go, but we're going to go to a quick little break. We'll see you guys soon. Don't go anywhere far. We'll be back soon.
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? I didn't wanna see you when you came home, 'cause you always try to hurt me, and that's so low. When I talk to you about it, you're in defense mode. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. How can we work on ourselves when you say no? Whoa, oh, oh, oh. I'll never go on like this, so don't you think you got me up? Yeah, I can't seem to deal with this. You try so hard to pull me in. I'll never go on like this, so don't you think you got me up? Yeah, I can't seem to deal with this. You try so hard to pull me in.
She got me hooked up. Well, she pulling me in like a black hole, trapped in a grip and I can't break. Out of control and I can't feel my soul and my heart on my damn face. 'Cause I ain't be nothing without her. A king with no queen and no damn kingdom, serving up hate with a cold vengeance. Fuck, but I hate her, we can't slay them. Yeah, she's got me hooked, I'm down, I ride. Leaving, she tried to kill me, I can see it in her eyes. Yeah, she's got me shook, this my demise. I'm bleeding, can someone heal me? I can't deal with no more lies.
I'll never go on like this, so don't you think you got me up? Yeah, I can't seem to deal with this. You try so hard to pull me up, baby. I'll never go on like this, so don't you think you got me hooked? Yeah, I can't seem to deal with this. You try so hard to pull me in.
My head in my hands, listen up, says my teacher. In front of the class, he says if you're not a believer, views, that's on you. Better shape up and pay your dues. Of my views, that's on you. I'll be on a flight soon to the end, I sing you. Gotta know all this propaganda, how do you do? Better get it with my own medicine for you. Never gonna make them think I'll stand there. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know let loose, don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know let loose, don't mind if I do. Free as the wind and as strong as a piece of amber. Give me a breath like the fire you'll soon remember. Ooh. I'll be on a flight soon to the end, I'm singing. Ooh. Gotta know all this propaganda, how do you do? For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know let loose, don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know let loose, don't mind if I do.
Welcome back to day number 2 of the Blitz Gaming series. We're on to game number 2, getting done after our Group C match between Makers and TSG, and now it's Hush versus Kunai up next in Group. Said number D, it's letter D, and I'm still Chaka, that's still Goose. And how are you feeling about this upcoming match? It's Hush versus Kunai, Goose.
Technically, this is Hush's second game. You know, a little announcement. They will be playing their original first game scheduled against Wanagunza later off stream. So that'll be updated most likely on our Twitter or in our Discord later on. So, you know, just overall play game. This is going to be the very first game that Hush plays. I'm not entirely sure about Kunai though. But again, this is a match where both teams can kind of hit the ground running. And we don't know exactly what to expect, especially because after Hush qualified, they brought in 3 entirely new players.
It's interesting. Who did they replace? Because I know that they had like.
Couldn't tell you. I know Nyx is on the team though.
Yeah, Nyx is of course Nyx is going to be on this team, and it's Unstoppable, Demi, and Den and Zalaire. So this is pretty much the same team that they had throughout qualifiers, and then for Kunai, it's been the same team that they've also run through qualifiers: Retro, Geku, Dirty, Dexy, and Demented. And I'm excited for this matchup because technically this is supposed to be Hush's second game like you mentioned, but for Kunai, this is their first game inside of the groups, and these are a group of players that I'm not too familiar with, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, they are in that solidified T4 role, you could say. And they're kind of not necessarily to say they are, you know, a bad team. They're not. They, I believe, placed 3rd in their qualifier that they, you know, actually won to get into the main season. So they're a solid team, especially with their previous line of games and how they performed as a 5-set roster. They are great. They're here to make, you know, their name known. Hush a little bit more known, previously playing in TPL Season 8, not having a whole lot of success, not getting out of Swiss, but again, you know, having relatively success there. So again, this is, I wouldn't say, you know, David and Goliath, but it is going to be a little bit more leaning towards Hush, simply because we just know more. We know what they can do. And for Retro and Co, it's going to be a situation where they kind of go in just like Hush, kind of with, you know, not a lot to know of.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting because after TPL, Hush have went through a completely different revamp, and so far it seemingly worked for them, being still led by Nyx through the qualifiers and into victory. But let's see what map we're going to be led into between both of these two teams. Reminder, because we are in the group stages, it is still going to be a best of 1. We won't get to our best of 3s or best of 5s until playoffs. And after all of the picks and bans, or after all of the bans, because best of 1, it's going to be Cafe to be our decider here, Goose.
I like Cafe, not necessarily because it's just, you know, I like the map, but because it's weird. It's kind of a map compared to the other maps in the pool where it's out of place, kind of like we had, you know, Villa a couple of years back, where the meta doesn't really work for it. It's kind of a different map where the main priority for every site is vertical. If you don't bring any vertical on the attack, you've pretty much not lost the round, but put yourself in a very bad position. So it's one of those maps where you have to bring up a lot of new ideas, a lot of new strats. You have to try a lot of different things. You're going to see a lot of different bans and operator lineups, because it's just a different map on how it is laid out and how it's simply been played in the past.
Yeah, and just like Labs, there's a lot of vertical interplay. So just as much as the defense has to be careful of what is happening above and below them, the attack have to be ready to do like roam clears, because Hush, as I know it, are a very lurk heavy team. They do like to roam and they do like to go for flanks quite a bit. And Kunai have to be careful of that, because if they aren't, then they could be punished very heavily for that, because Nyx on a flank is not going to miss his shots, and neither is Unstoppable, who I've seen plenty of times, and I think in their game against Bottle Service on Oregon, like third day of qualifier number 1, was really effective with how well those two were able to flank and catch Bottle Service off guard a numerous amount of times. And so Kunai have to be careful of plays like that from Hush.
Yeah, and you know, another contributing factor to the attack is going to be the crossfires. One of the reasons that what makes Cafe so different is because aside from Brown Stairs, which is going to be a hotspot. Not a lot of teams like to rotate there, so that eliminates the staircases to white and red, which, you know, kind of act like two columns that you're going to see a lot of times. You're going to have white window, you're going to have the crosses on white hallway, and a lot of the actual motion, a lot of the traffic throughout the entire sites, the rotates from the defense from their extended positions back to site will be on those two staircases, especially on those top two floors.
I think we're still waiting on a game. No flyover commences, and that means we're getting straight into Cafe. And I'm interested to see what the bans look like, because Hush are a team that usually plays very close to the cars. They play a very standard style of Siege, and I lied to you guys. Sorry, we're not getting into Cafe quite yet. And yeah, so, but I'm interested to see what the bans look like, because Hush are a very strat heavy team. They tend to play a more standard style of Siege. This is a Knicks team. And anytime there is a Knicks team, they're always going to be playing very structured style set of Siege, and it's going to be very old school because Knicks is a very old school player. And for Kunai, I'm expecting him to be more new school, very aggressive style of Siege with some new and improved ideas. We're going to head straight into a Cafe between Hush and Kunai for the first game between both of these teams in the group stages.
And the big question, you know, going into this game is, are these bans in the operator ban phase going to decide the relative theme and tone throughout the entire match? You know, again, we talked about how Cafe is a very different map. In a lot of maps, the ban phase will dictate whether it's going to be attacker sided, defender sided, if it's going to be relatively in the middle. But with Cafe, you could have any sort of bans and it could tell a completely different story than what actually happens later on in the game. Monty, you know, a big question for me, if it would be banned, will be banned out. Flores also is going to be a huge operator that's not only banned on Cafe, but it's not banned a whole lot. You know, there's going to be a lot of utility on the defense. That is Zombie that could potentially still be banned out. The castle barricades that play a huge contributing factor throughout this entire map. So Flores, getting rid of him does allow the defense to play more comfortably with their utility. And then getting rid of a Zombie is simply just a player, a ban that is completely contributing to Cafe and how it plays as a map.
That ban is going to be the Valkyrie, and you know what? The fence bans are a little bit more expected. Zombie makes sense for piano. Valkyrie makes sense because Cafe is a really big map. There's a lot of different places you can hide the cameras, yada, yada, yada. Fenrir is still up. Solus is still up. Solus sucks now because she's been nerfed. I wouldn't say she sucks, but she's still in a good place where she's not going to be banned quite a bit. But attacking bans are slightly more important because they've opted to ban the Flores. Monty is common. You don't really complain about that ban too much. They've opted to ban the Flores instead of the Dokkaebi and the Ying. So that is not troubling, but I'm excited to see what that means for the attack, because I feel like Hush will play more into the Ying planes than Kunai will, and I feel like Kunai will play more into the Dokkaebi than Hush will. So it'll be very interesting to see how that pans out, but it is going to be Hush just starting off. On the defensive side of things, they don't pick third floor like most teams do. Instead, they pick into reading and dining. This has become more of a primary choice site for most teams starting on a defensive Cafe.
And the thing for Kunai here is they're going to be going down to this dining and library bomb site. You don't see, or Hush rather, but you don't see teams go here on their very first bomb site a whole lot. And it really goes to show that, you know, the system that is being brought out in Hush, you know, it has an idea. They have a specific goal in mind, what they want to do on this defense for Cafe. That's why we're here. Cafe is a map that has been banned lots of times because simply teams don't like it. You know, we can call it weird, we can go into the intro keys, tell you how it's different, how it plays, but a lot of the time players simply just don't like playing Cafe. So the fact that we're going here goes to show that essentially both teams have allowed this map to go through the ban phase. They've allowed both teams to go here, and both teams, like a map like Skyscraper, you're going to have to come to this map for both attack and defense with a definitive plan, because if you don't, you're going to be punished thoroughly.
Castle barricade is already being dealt with, as well as the roof hatch that's already being opened by the bug. So Kunai are already doing some of the dirty work, or at least some of the easier dirty work, and getting these castle barricades and all of these window angles open for use, and Bucket's just gonna jump right on into Pillar and take that control, and there's no one here to stop him, but he does get spotted by a BP, so he immediately jumps out, and there was some vertical being established over... Oh no, that wasn't the... Okay, never mind. Regardless of that, he jumps right out as soon as the BP spots his position, and there seems to be a red hat shop, so they have to challenge into this mute playing inside the cigar shop, but they don't really use any utility. They don't need it. Trix finds the very first kill onto Indubs, who takes a, well, very dangerous vault that's well punished, and a very dangerous vault from Retro is going to be well punished by the castle, but isn't going to be quite confirmed on the kill yet. They know that he's down because of the BP, and they're still trying to challenge onto him, but it is going to be a cutoff established from the Buck, who's already in long bar, and it's Kunai to really take a heavy man advantage, a heavy lead, and also very good map control on his top floor.
Yeah, they've also found a crossfire onto this top white position. It's going to force that player to rotate down, and now these last two defenders, they're completely cut off from each other, kind of in a jagged position. Nyx does get one though, and that's an opening. These last two players on Hutch, they need to isolate these 1v1s. They need to make sure that they can start to cut down these players, continue to disconnect them, and that's exactly what Nyx is looking to do potentially on to Dexy.
Kunai have to be careful to not give them these 1v1 engagements. Nyx may be old, but he still can hit his shots nowadays, and he proves it getting the first kill here for Hush, or the second kill in this round for Hush, rather. Clear out a pillar, though, so that gives that direct control over to Kunai. And with the vertical angle that they do have, plant could be commenced on the default plant spot. There goes the cutoff onto Nyx. The last player alive is now inside of the red hallway, now playing under these vertical angles, and he's just not going to be able to cross. It's very challenging for Hush, and Kunai make that impossible for them to clutch out in the end. And it's Kunai to get a very convincing round 1 victory here on Cafe.
There were a lot of questionable plays and engagements taken by Hush. Most definitely that mute playing in a very, aggressive, ratty position, and simply just played that situation incorrectly, misreading where those two players on the hatch drop were pushing from, and because of that, he was punished and cross-swung with his back turned to his opponent. And, Hush going into this first match, into this first round, they seem a little bit uncomfortable, not exactly understanding how Kunai is playing. There's a lot of situations where Kunai were able to simply overpush, take lots of map control very early on because Hush weren't prepared. They didn't lead into the entire push, and because of that, they left a lot of gaps, but Kunai did a great job reading all those gaps, and not only reading those gaps, but taking advantage of it and taking control of those gaps relatively quickly and definitively.
I mean, came down to Kunai really finding isolated picks across the map, and Hush, while the reaction was quite good on the third floor, they were easily isolated out most of the time, and every time a player found a way back into the round for them, it was almost an immediate refrag from Kunai, and so you don't really want to bag on Hush too much. I think Kunai just played that round perfectly well. And so now attacking into another second floor site is going to be Fireplace and Mining, and this time around we see a new look defense. The castle is still going to remain on the third floor, and this time around they bring the mirror, not for the third floor setup, but mainly just playing around the horizontal angles with posts, playing inside of reading, getting a lot of information outside of the east side rappel here from Kunai if they try and challenge onto the second floor, which is exactly what they're going to try and do. One player already goes up to the roof, and this is exactly what you see most of the time on Cafe. It's just roof simulated, though already taking some crucial control on the first floor, and this may just be a good opportunity for them to sneak up those important stairs like you've mentioned earlier in the prep.
And yeah, the defense that has been set up with these barricades paired with Bless on the castle is just disconnecting a lot of positions around the maps, and it forces Kunai, when they do take these positions around the map, they have to use utility, they have to waste time to get the opening.
Oh my god. And
because of that, they don't have time to drone, but it's overweight to actually get the pick on the Menace. But again, Kunai just over pushing, getting over aggressive, not getting the leeway that they had in the previous round, and because of that, Hush, they punished them and put themselves halfway into the round into a very clean and comfortable 4v3 position. And on top of that, they have a plethora of intel on where these last couple of attackers are.
Yeah, and on the flip side, Kunai have lost a lot of information themselves, not only through the drone game, but also losing the Dokkaebi. You still have the Grim setup available here, but in a 4v3, you don't really have any control. Nobody's even really inside of the map. Well, there's actually 2 players in. One player is already in Cigar Shop, the other just inside of Cigar Balcony, and it's going to be the Grim who's playing on top of the new balcony, who's trying to see if he can find a push here, maybe cut off the Pulse's rotation, and already some Yin Candelas being sent upstairs, but they can't quite find a kill. Lack of info yet again being the bane of Kunai's existence. And it's going to be the end of one of their lives, though they do find another pick through Retro, and that's Nick's down. Can't find another kill, though. Unstoppable keeps collecting more, and they just can't really get a handle on this roam game here from Hush. Last player alive is going to be the Minted. He's stuck in reading between, well, one player who's prepared to drop down a laundry hatch, and he's found himself pushing into dining, but he can't quite connect the shots around a bomb chassis. That's a very tough shot to hit, and they still just don't know where Unstoppable is throughout this whole entire round. He gets a 3K for his troubles, and Hush find a round just as quickly as they lost the first.
If you were very vigilant in that round, you could notice that Hush, they went back to the exact same bomb site that they had lost in the previous round, that being library and dining. And, you know, that is Hush saying to themselves that they like the idea that they have for this map, that they like the strat, what they'd practiced in scrims on that site, and they simply just didn't play those engagements well. Their overall idea, their strat, their holds was great, and they did add a little bit more, you know, putting that barricade downstairs on that double door and first floor doesn't seem like a whole lot, but it adds a little bit of tension. It, you know, begs the question of Kunai, is there a player down here? And no, it was simply just a barricade that applied a little bit of phantom pressure, and because of it, you know, thought, you know, as soon as they cleared that position, Kunai, they had found a gap in the defense. They found another way to go around these defenders, but it was somewhat of a trap, or rather Hush were in a position where they could rotate over to that white position, get the trade, and shut it down. Kunai just over pushing, not with enough intel in that first engagement, and because of it, it eventually punched. Because as soon as you go into that trade game, trading player to player, when you're in a man deficit, it just comes down to that last player on your opponent's team, and it's just not a winning game.
First floor site choice here from Hush. Usually this is called the basement site. Okay, that's a good way to get the opening kill through way of a disconnect. Demi is now gone, and I believe that was the Wamai. And so that could just well be the player playing inside a whiskey bar to help protect the VIP position. But regardless of that, Hush don't really have any utility to help them extend into VIP. So this is a very soft hold that Kunai could look to exploit around this first floor area. They're just sitting outside for now, looking to apply pressure via the windows, but it looks like they want to go for a full clear anyway, starting off with the third floor, then going all the way down to the bottom. And I think this is the way to play it. You know, play it safer than you did in the last round and play more around your information. And they're already sending information through with the Bravo drone. They can't quite hack the camera. Bravo drone's not close enough, and so you just destroy it outright. Not only are you gathering information on the second and third floor, but you're also removing some from Hush. You still have to be careful though of any player playing up here. For the moment being, Hush has completely exited from the second floor, apart from one player who's playing inside a fireplace, and that's Bless, playing between 3 players. And Kunai have to be wary of this. Never mind, he just drops off completely and decides to play site, giving the full second floor control in favor of Kunai.
Unstoppable thinks that he could have found something, but he's going to rather just play back, play it a little bit safe. And again, this over-aggression from Kunai with the lack of drones early on in the round was in a very advantageous position, but this time around, Hush, because they lost that player from the disconnect, wanted to play a little bit more passively, not give too much to Kunai, playing a little bit scared, you could even say, and because of that, that does give a little bit of leeway, but it's blessed with a very well-timed C4 that eventually takes out that sledge. So much soft breach utility, their main soft breach utility player, and actually now gone, and this essentially puts Hush in a position where they have to waste time. They have to decide what they're going to do, if they want to continue to try to work this vertical, or if they want to rotate around, try to go for more horizontal play onto the site, and that does relatively look like what they're going to do.
Retro's rotated down to bottom white, gonna open up the freezer wall, prep the entry here. But without much vertical interplay on the site, Kunai are gonna really have a tough time in dealing with a lot of the power positions existing behind Now Whiskey Bar is going to be the Malusi, and there's a nice little pinch, really nice swing and connect from Retro. But they really have to do with this player behind the bar, and they have info on where his positioning is. Information a lot better for Kunai, but utility not. And that's an easy kill for Blitz, who finds two! And a triple kill in a round confirms that now Kunai are in a 1v2. They have little to no time to play, and Trix does find himself in a 1v1 theoretically. But with now 0 seconds on the clock, it's just an easy closeout for Nyx, and an easy round to confirm at the end for Hush.
Not a round you want to lose if you are Kunai. Just, going into, after you clutched, or I guess you could say choked out that defender over by Christmas, going into the actual site execution in that 3v4, they played it sloppily, honestly. Just not really having that cohesion. That player being flashed actually did aid that Mozzie to stand up, get the kills, and just completely shut down two of those players. And then after they got that trade, those last two defenders over by Bakery were just in a really good position where they were just standing to shut down that last two player, forcing the last attacker to get in a very difficult spot to plant at that. And just honestly, a very poor execution from Kunai. And it's one of those rounds where you can go back and you can say, if we just played that a little bit better, we could have won it. Their overall execution in the early round, even though I didn't like it, it worked. And it went to plan. But Hush escape, and I think that's the perfect word, is they escape with a 2-1 first quarter. And now they get to go on to the attack themselves.
I'm just curious, behind that counter where it wasn't Demi, it was Bless, I believe, on the Sentry. I wonder, he wasn't that flashed, I'm guessing, because it flashed from Nomad, I know that for sure, and then it allowed him to get a really easy kill. So, I feel like Kunai got the control that they needed. It was just like that little interplay with the flashbangs that really screwed them up. And so once Bless got those 2 kills, it really did shut down that execute in its tracks there for Kunai. But now, well, they won't be an opportunity to execute anymore, but they will be trying to deny the execute from happening. And Hush are a very execute-heavy team, and there's no soft vert available here for Hush, or no soft vert-heavy operators here for them. And so that tells me that they're not really going to go for a full clear upstairs, but they might have to change their plans, because there is somebody up here, at least 2 players, Trix and Gecko. And for Hush, that may pose an issue. They're already focusing their efforts towards bottom white and a player just outside of the wedding window. And it's just Hush poking and prodding for now to see if they can find anything.
And right now, that's exactly what they need to do. There's a really good setup here. There's kind of like a multi-layered defense from Kunai, but oh no, Nyx getting that Echo drone is going to be huge, not only for the utility he takes away and gains, but this complete control of Bakery, all relying on that simple drone, relaying the information now being taken away for absolutely free, has given a huge opening. And now Hush, what seemed like a very difficult playstyle, has worked wonders for them. And on top of that, Nyx, he gets the very first pick.
I don't know where that was, but it's at least one of the site players, or probably one of the first 4 players dealt with on this extension here from Kunai. But, Hush can't quite just walk in. There's vertical angles galore, and yes, you have smoke grenades, but they're not able to walk in off of that. Kunai are playing these power positions perfectly well, and yes, the trade happens by coat check, but you still have so many players up on the top floor. Bless finds another, though, and that's both of the site players dealt with. Still a player down in bar, and he's very much isolated from Trix, and he can't quite move away from that position unless he gives up a free gunfight. But Jesus Christ, that's a free one if I can call it that. N-Dubs finds that kill, and that's a Bless now overwatching his teammate, but a nice swing from Geku confirms a round, and now a 1v2 clutch from him. And Kunai find a round off of basically, I don't really think that should have been as close as it was, but it was, and they still went around anyways.
2 misplayed executions on the kitchen bomb site. Kind of an even trade for Kunai there. Playing relatively the exact same way, winning the exact same way, just finding a gap in that execution, that post plant, or I guess you could say plant going down, defense from the attack. and they simply were not aware of the single position of the Legion, and because of that, he punished it. And it really goes to show that, one of the questions I begged, in my mind back after we switched was that simply just one of those misplayed rounds from Kunai, or is it going to show that, Kitchen will be and continue to be a difficult side for these two teams? It shows, both times around, the defense won off of simply the lack of info on one singular player going huge in a hero play, whether it be the last 2 kills or 2 kills translating into a 2v2, it doesn't matter. The theme, the motion, it relatively happened the exact same way, and now both teams are at an evened round count and can go into this next round saying, okay, we've trolled a little bit, we've been a little bit silly, a little goofy, but now we know it's time to lock in. They know the mistakes, they know a lot of that cohesion, the lack of team coordination wasn't there, and they know that they both need to fix it going into this 5th round.
Yeah, I mean, also 3rd floor is going to be the side of choice here from Kunai, and you know what, they really have no other places to, I mean, they could have played 2nd floor because that was their first defense on Bakery. The quarter system is messing me up completely still. I can't believe this. It's been like a couple months now, I should get used to it. But anyways, it's going to be Hush to start off from the roof and see if they can try and work some 3rd floor control through the windows. Because the windows are the most important part about Cafe here. You'll hear people talk about it a lot, especially when it comes to the 3rd floor site. Flash is being thrown to burn some utility on the side of Kunai, but a jump out happens and there's nobody watching it. Hush get punished, Unstoppable dies, and that's a lot of utility off of the board. One more frag grenade. But at least for Hush, it seemed like the frag grenade went off, so they might have just dealt with that pixel shield. And okay, Nix just walks in through 90 and he gets the kill, so good refrag back for Hush.
Yeah. Nick's doing a whole lot for his team throughout this map, not only on the scoreboard, but throughout the map. But for now, Trix is going to silence Nightmare Nix. The Nightmare will be over just for this round, and it evens back out for a Kunai man advantage. And now Hush, they're starting to scramble. They're starting to look for something, trying to take any pick, whether it be map control or an actual player life on the side of Kunai. They're not in a position whatsoever. And the problem with the 3v4 is you do have to start to engage in those isolated 1v1s. You're trying to pick, you're trying to isolate some players, pick off the lives, but the problem is because you lost so many players early on in the round, you weren't able to work that defender utility. Can't get rid of the walls, can't get rid of the mirrors, and now you have to really just simply rely on that secondary utility on the attackers, like the flashbangs, the nades, to try to push out these defenders out of their positions. When the gunfight, it's going to be a difficult job, but they're going to have to find a way, an avenue into the site in this round relatively quickly, because Hush, the time, it's clocking down.
They still have 4 Candelas left and also some burn utility through the track stingers, so they can deal with the my magnets and see if they can carve an opening in. The only player inside of the building though is Demi, and the other players are on the cocktail rappel. He can't win the gunfight on a swing from Piano, so that deals with that whole hell of a lot of pressure that Hush established over by Piano. Let's just decide to say F it and just roll right on in through the window, get smoked. And now it's up to Dubs in the 1v3. Does find a refrag for his teammate to make it so. And now he finds himself in a 1v2, but with minimal time left, he's just rushing himself to see if he can find 2 more. And with minimal intel and minimal control, Hush lose that round in a 1v2. Quite convincing for Kunai.
A really difficult round for us. I don't necessarily think you can just eliminate it to one mistake or one problem that lost them that entire round. I do think, the trickle-down effect did start with that initial run out, not being able to trade it back until late. And it did require Nix to play in a very advantageous and aggressive spot. And because of that, he was easily punished later on from that swing from the player on white stairs. And it goes to show that Hush, they just need to be a little bit more careful. Those runouts need to be punished. Whether you're ready or not, it doesn't matter. Because if you don't punish them, you're going to have to work a lot later. And you can't rely on those hero plays from Nix to equal it back, because Kunai, they're going to be in a position to trade it back and continue to dwindle down your man count ever since getting that very first pick. Going into this last round, Hush, they're going to be attacking a site they're very familiar with, site that they defended twice, so they should have a decent or relatively great idea on how to attack this site. Because again, I talked about it, not only Hush, but both teams need to come into Cafe with a great idea of what they need to do, and Hush, they need to step it up. They need to do something a little bit different if they want to even out the round count going into our halftime timeouts. Oh.
Okay, well, I mean, that's a good start to have as any. That's the first kill that happens to spawn peak, or he might have just like ran across the window. Either way, it was pre-fired by Hush, and N-Dubs finds the very first kill this round for them. That's Castle already dealt with, but his utility has already been placed around the map, so there's not really much of a loss there. They've also dealt with the White Castle window through way of a nade, and so that provides a lot of cutoff, and he decides to rappel on in. What are you doing? Though, it doesn't matter for Hush, they lose bodies in the process, but they gain site control on top of that. Plant was going to go down initially, but Hush just didn't have enough control to complete it. A lot of kills happened, Kunai find 2, but still it's Hush with the man advantage. Last player alive is going to be the Minted on the top floor. There's a lot of ways to work inside the vertical angle, so what do Hush do? They just rotate to a site that doesn't have any vertical angles. Unstoppable is going to get a plant down. Danny's on the other side of the map, not really watching much of anything, though plant is completed, and now they know where the last player alive is. And in a 1v2 between a Ying and a Blitz, you have to imagine this is complete nightmare fuel for the Minted. It's going to be unstoppable on that Blitz. Fire to keep him at bay for now, and he can't quite move anywhere. The other teammates on the other side of the map trying to play it safe, whereas Unstoppable just doesn't care. He can take this one-on-one engagement, and he's not going to be as punished for it. Just melee him. You can do that, but it doesn't matter. Demi is going to find that kill for Hush, and they at least win an attacking round to end off their quarter half here on Cafe.
That was a very confusing round for me, because if we looked at the defense from Kunai, I'm not sure if they simply were caught off guard, but there wasn't a rotate in Janitors. There wasn't a rotate or any head holes inside of Dining, and it really begs the question of, was that simply just Kunai not setting up site at all, or was it rather that Hush just caught them off guard? It caught them in still preparing the site. They didn't have enough time to react and finish their site setup, and Hush took advantage of it. But nonetheless, I talked about how Hush was going to have to change a lot of things up. They read into that aggressive spawn peak. Maybe he was running, we don't know. Nonetheless, they still got that opening pick, and that's exactly what they needed. And now they find themselves at an even 3-3 round count.
Yeah, I'm gonna be completely honest, it's been a very confusing game of Cafe, and this is exactly why this map I don't like it. It's like border to me. It's just every time somebody enters the building, every time somebody interacts with the windows, somebody's swinging them and they're getting shot, and that's exactly what's happening here in this game between Hush and Kunai. And you know what, to be fair, like, aggression has been like spot on from both teams. It's not just them been sitting back as soon as there's some pressure on the windows. They have been swinging to remove pressure off of those windows. They have been swinging to get kills in specific areas to shut down that specific push so that they can focus on the main push from the attacking team. And so far, that's what both teams have been good at shutting down. It's like shutting down these exterior pushes that aren't a part of the main push but still matter anyways, because it takes your attention from what's happening on the other side of the map. And so far that's been kind of what's been happening here. And yeah, I mean, that was a really nice rush though from Hush in the early round. They got some really nice control over my Whites, and then they just like pushed into reading, and that gave them the opportunity to plant a numerous amount of times. It's not going to be Hush though on the defense, going to reading and fireplace, again the primary site choice for them.
And I really love that, you know, every time that Hush does a very aggressive attack onto whether it be a certain position outside of the site or if they just go for a rush onto the site, that it's structured. We talked about how, you know, Hush is a relatively very structured team. Everything they're going to do is going to have a plan behind it. It's going to have a drone, a player behind it. They're not going to try to take map control without the support, without doing their due diligence. And that's why it bodes well for these rushes for them. But now, after the side swap, it's going to be Kunai looking to find operators, potentially find a way to the site. The site is a little bit soft, but Kunai, they're going to actually have to address the stop. Sure, you can attack that bomb site, just completely ignore it, but with that vertical play, it makes it near impossible. It's going to be really difficult, but here we go. The push. The attack is starting to come through. They found that gap in the exact same position the last time they went here. Another gap that Hush has yet to fix.
Yeah, and look, exactly what happened last time. Retro's just gonna sneak up on the long bar that completely pinches out the mute, and there's nobody watching the long angles here from Hush inside of the cocktail bar. Retro walks in, he gets that kill, it's a perfect pinch. Dubs, though, does react, but it's an immediate reaction from Kunai that's answered by Tricks. They get full top floor control, and they find the perfect pinch to answer exactly what Hush wanted to do. He swings, though, Nyx does, before the near sight can even affect the Sophia, though there is an answer back from Bless that kind of delays the opportunity for Kunai to confirm this kill. It's going to be Demigod to punish the over-aggression from the Minted, who just randomly swings the White Stairs player, though it's easily answered back. Again, a lot of trades happening inside of this round for both teams, and though Hush started off really poorly on that third floor, again, not really protecting one another, it's still a really good opportunity for them to find a way back into this round. But with low HP, you have to think that Kunai have the advantage here when it comes to taking these one-on-one engagements.
Problem for Kunai is they have absolutely zero idea where these last two players are. You can see Nyx, his little icon on the red stairs, looking to potentially flank and backstab. This could be huge because look, Dexy, he has no idea where Bless is all the way in the B bomb site, and they don't have control of Case, but there goes the kill. And now the lack of Case is going to deny a little bit of time. Give Nyx just a little bit of leeway, but it doesn't matter because it's Tricks to eventually finish it off and win the very first round in the translation into the second half of this map.
Wow. I mean, like, again, like, the gap on the third floor really affected Hush in that whole entire round. I mean, at the end of it, it came down to a 2v2, but still, a lot of the HP that they lost was because they were trying so hard to retake that top floor and take those one-on-one engagements with Kunai. And for most of that round, they were winning them, but then towards the end of it, they lost because of the low HP advantage. And it's again Kunai to exploit a gap by Longbar. Ace just walking up and Indub's not reacting until Ace kills his teammate, and then he waits until the Ace is turned around, not looking at him. His teammate's already dead, and then he swings to get a free gunfight. But then he's immediately refragged out. It's just good teamwork from Kunai. They have good information on the third floor holes, and they recognize where exactly the gap is, and they just completely exploit it, and they use that to help one another out in pressuring out specific positions. So congrats to Kunai for winning that round, because again, you kind of exploited the same thing that Hush had an issue with in a round previous to that. And Hush have not fixed that issue. So now they decide to play into the same site again, and you have to wonder, what is Hush going to change here in order to help them hold this third floor more effectively?
And, you know, the change is the question. Right now, it looks like there's going to be a little bit of aggressive jump out from Nyx, and he continues to put all the pressure on it. A third time! Eventually, he does fall off. He realizes that the third time is not going to be the successful time. And now, that does give a little bit of phantom pressure to Kunai. They're going to have to check every window, every little tiny angle, but it's only going to do so much. Hush is still going to have to deny this map control on the vertical, and give simply Kunai a big problem. But Tricks, being paired by his teammate, looks to do the white ticket. They did it, the exact answer back in the very first quarter that we saw. Hush defend, and now with that ring coming out, they have spotted a gap and now can effectively completely just take control of site.
And that's exactly what they do. They find 2 kills off the back of it, and that's not even the site players, by the way. That's just 2 third floor players, and now they finally found someone who was directly close to site, and that was Nyx. Last 2 players alive are going to be Indubs and Demi, but they do find a kill back through Demigod, and now, well, okay, now it's a 1v3 between Demigod and 3 Kunai players. Plant is completed. They know exactly where he's at, and he's also on 5 HP against 2 full HP players and a player who's damn near close to being full HP. It doesn't matter though. He takes 1 gunfight, he dies almost immediately. Kunai with a very electric take up White Stairs, recognizing the gap yet again, and it's Hush to not really close that down effectively enough.
My biggest worry for Hush is that both of those first two rounds on the reading and kitchen were the exact same setup and were played by Kunai the exact same way than we saw them in the very first quarter. And it goes to show that Hush, they're a little bit too structured. It's a problem that I've seen, not only as a caster, but, previously being a coach, that a lot of the times players and teams will rely on that structure too much. They won't be flexible enough to give their opponents something new to work with. And Kunai, they've realized it exponentially. You're reading into both rounds saying, Hush, they're doing the exact same setup, going into that second round that we previously just watched, saying they're probably going to do the exact same thing we saw them last time when they tried the same site. And because of it, they completely read every single defender position on Hush. And basically what Hush has done is pretty much given their entire strat book on those two sites, at least, to Kunai. And it gives them a potential to basically predict the future. If I'm Hush right now on this last defensive round, you have to change it up. You have to give Kunai something new to work with, whether it be, defender utility, barricades, whatever it need be. You simply have to waste their time. Because Kunai, whenever they execute on site, whenever they get an opportunity in a plethora of time, they'll be able to have plenty of success.
And it's like you said throughout that whole thing, right? Like, it's just been Kunai. The main reason why they've been successful on these attacks so far is because they just figured out how Hush plays. It's the same exact setups with no real change-ups, and when it works the first time, that's fine and all, but then when you kind of find the gap in the defense more than once, you have to question, is it really worth it? Can we just change something up here? It's gonna be Kunai though to start us off with the full roam clear, and there is going to be some resistance on the second floor here from Hush. Two players up top, one in fireplace, the other in reading room, now placed in fireplace between Bliss and Unstoppable. Though Kunai are just, closing in this sphere of pressure onto the rest of Hush players, and they decided they don't want none of this. There's nobody remaining here up top anymore, and Kunai with excellent drone play have completely pressured out this roam without firing even a single bullet. And so now that gives them an opportunity to work out where they want this execute to come from.
It's the exact same push that we saw from Kunai the last time they attacked this site, and it played out pretty much exactly the same. Hush not giving them absolutely anything, giving them all the leeway on the top two floors, completely giving it up for free. And the thing is, Kunai, they've started to waste a little time. They've gone top floor control, without having to waste that utility would have, without having to waste a player's life, and now they're just starting to work the vertical. Even though with that Raymond's going to help, the vertical game is now done. They just simply have to expose these defender positions. But a horribly timed flank from Demigod puts Kunai in an even better situation. And with that vertical play, you're continuing to push these defenders out of their positions.
Also though, with the player inside of VIP, everything is just falling apart here from Hush. The vertical play is too much. Now the horizontal is gonna be even more so. Nyx is just playing in a by-rice looking towards the red stairs, but the player only takes one good swing from Bar, and yep, there you go. Trix has dealt with them quite handily. Now it's a 1v5. This could just be a flawless from Kunai to put themselves on match point, and that's exactly what it is. Match point confirmed for Kunai, and now it's Hush staring down the barrel of a loss on their first official game day here in the BGS.
That's tough. It's really tough because the exact read that I had in the previous two rounds continued on to that third bomb site, and it's that Hush, they are playing textbook exactly what they did in their previous first defending quarter. And now that Kunai had, a relatively successful, attack. They got, I believe it was a 1-2 half. They were able to realize not only their own mistakes, but because they were given pretty much the exact same defensive lineup, they could apply every single change They could play every single solution, and it pretty much worked tenfold because they knew exactly where every single player position was going to be. And now Hush has to do exactly what Kunai did, going absolutely flawless on this attacking quarter if they want to even solidify overtime. That doesn't even win the game. It just gives them overtime. And it really goes to show that, teams structure is good, especially in, amateur scene. Structure is good. It's what builds great systems, great players. But if you have too much structure and you're not enough flexible, then it starts to be a problem.
5 seconds left.
That's really the name of Siege. You can't do the same thing over and over again because eventually it's just going to be figured out and exploited time and time again. And you know what? I really like the adjustment last round from Kunai, the fact that they put more emphasis on vertical control. They brought, instead of just bringing like a sledge or bringing just a buck, they brought a ram as well. And that made the vertical that much unbearable for Hush. They needed to go for retakes, and they only went for one up the red stairs. They didn't even really try anything else. Nobody tried to go with Brown. Good info though for that one round for Hush that time around. But this time around, it's just going to be a direct take inside a bakery. Blitz goes in first, that's next. And they've already opened up the wall here in the bakery. But again, you know what? Even though they get a lot of this control, it's going to be very hard to enter and go for an execute with all of these vertical angles above them. And so they have to depend heavily on the smoke player just hitting their shots. Unstoppable finds one. That's one of the vertical players down, and they've also dealt with the bottom red player. Now they can get a plant down between the smokes, but a kill from Demented and a nitro cell that connects onto Nick stops the plant and the rush in its tracks.
Attackers recover the bomb diffuser.
Retro, completely isolated from his teammate on the Legion. He has to try to find the bomb, but he doesn't. He gets a couple of shots, but eventually it's blessed to deal a kill onto him, and now it's all up to the Legion in the 1v3. Completely caught in a crossfire that is almost unwinnable. Eventually, it's unstoppable to shut him down. Hush, they stop the bleeding just for now, but they're going to need a lot more than a one-trick rush onto the site if they want to send us into overtime.
Yeah, I mean, at least they dealt with the vertical pressure quite well. It's always very tricky when you say, oh, it's going to be very hard for them to walk in with all of the vertical pressure in or above them. But then, all it takes is for Unstoppable to just, smartly peek from down below, and he kills the player that had an advantage on him in a gunfight, and then it sucks. And now you've also lost your bottom red player, too. So you just run in and get a plant down very quickly. Though it was thwarted initially by Hush, they still lost, way too many positions and players to make a retake happen properly. Also just didn't really have enough utility to be able to stop it a second time. And it depended on them just getting aggressive in red, them getting aggressive on cross angles that were being held from Hush that time around in order for them to make a round successful. So, well played by Hush. You kind of prolong Kunai winning the game, and they may just well bring it into OT because I feel like Hush and Kunai are on the same skill level in terms of how they're playing, though Kunai are very well in the lead. They've been playing excellently so far, countering everything that Hush wants to do. And so now they have to do it again to at least confirm a 7-4 victory here on the third floor site.
The question is on what could potentially be our last round of the first game for both teams are these gaps, these mistakes from Kunai going to continue to pop up? And so far they do. A mistake rather. Dexy just getting way too aggressive on the spawn peak is punished, and not only is he punished, but he loses so many of those Wamai discs early on. And a great start for Hush.
My down, that's a lot of utility burn wasted for the defense, and they don't have that any longer. So anything that can protect these mirror windows, it's not going to do it anymore. But they don't really have a lot of utility to counter the mirror windows anyways. No range hard breach, no Ash inside of this round. So you have to imagine that, okay, if they're not going to really have a plan around the mirror windows, then it's just going to be a direct cocktail take. And they have the Ying on the cocktail windows preparing for a take like that. Drone sent in to figure out that there's only really 2 players playing inside of the site, but they really only spot one that shot the drone, and there goes a nade to take him out, plus the Goyo fires, and now it's only left to Trix up as the warden. But if you want anybody in this position up against the Ying who's trying to repel into the cocktail windows, then you want the warden here. And it looks like they were prepping up for a Candela, but they can't quite find it. There goes another kill happening though for Hush. And they find Geku placed on the stacks area. And now Candela's going in. That means that they're just going to repel in, but they don't have any info on Tritz's position. He stunts down that push, and he's still the only player alive here. They have no more Ying Candelas. Glass is activated at the right time. The last two players alive, Trix and Retro, holding up strong. They have no info, though, on where Hush is, specifically where Indubs is, and that's Retro to find one kill, and that's Hush to find themselves back into this game.
Yeah, a great spot from Hush. And it's simply just Kunai not reading the room very well, getting too aggressive that round, and not even really getting aggressive in the points that they really needed to. You know, when they lost that first initial player, they didn't continue to push the temple. They didn't continue to push back the attack of Hush. And because of that, after they lost that first initial player to the spawn peak and they weren't able to compensate it, it really gave the message and allowed Hush to completely run over the defense, take as much map control, take up the lines of sights whenever and whatever they needed. And because of that, it really just eliminated the opportunities for Kunai to really come back, not only in the round, but simply just get a pick back. Man deficit all the way, going to a 5v3. Kunai realizing that they simply just played a couple of their engagements wrong. They're going to be going to a relatively similar bomb site. They're going to still be holding this top floor, but this time around, they will be defending the laundry and dining bomb site, or actually no, they're going the exact same bomb site. So they're going to say the exact same thing that Hush did on that dining bomb site. It's like, we like what we had. Surely it didn't work out. We just played a couple of those situations wrong, and this round they're going to play a little bit more passive. And not to say that they should or will allow Hush to take that map control, but they're not going to overaggress. They're not going to run out, not do those spawn peaks. They're going to let Hush feel the pressure of this 5-6 deficit and potentially hope that they can waste a little bit of time on their own.
I can really hope for, because last time it was just like a pretty simple direct take from Hush, and they just got on the cocktail windows and completely denied a lot of positions being played from Kunai on that execute. Either way though, no, Kunai do have a good opportunity to at least take another round here on a very controversial site pick for a lot of people. Third floor is not really considered the strongest site anymore in Cafe. That honor is handed over to either Reading and Fireplace or the first floor site of Kitchen Service and Cooking. Though Ying is going to be used this time around on set, Hush were a team that looked like they would use Ying quite a lot. They throw one Candela towards the pixel position, and that burns away my disc, and now they're able to freely get that shield open. So that gives them a really good opportunity to now take some space going into Cigar Shop. Blitz this time is going to be sported by Unstoppable instead of Nyx, who's playing the Cali this time around, a very unusual pick, as there are no mirror windows, so they expected Kunai to play into something, but it's not going to be quite anything, though. In saying that, Echo drones are going to be very useful in trying to stop this push out right. Blitz gets some space inside of the site, and they have to deal with them quite quickly. It's going to cause some chaos in the middle of the site. Though he gets caught by something, I'm not too sure what. Now it's a 3v3, a lot of trades happen before Kunai and Hush, and one player just pushes really deep, and that's Nyx to find a kill, not only towards White, but now towards Freezer, and that frees up a lot of space for him to get a plant down next to the default plant position next to the bar. And he finds two, though, Retro from a swing from Freezer. That was the planter and also one of the watchers. This is a match point opportunity, a way to close out this game from Retro if he can do it the right way. Demi knows exactly where he's positioned at. And the thing is that even though Retro does have the Mossberg, the issue is that if he just randomly swings out, he has a range disadvantage. Demi just sees his head with the Para, and it's Hush to carry us over into overtime on our second game on the first map between both of these teams on Cafe.
Again, especially in that execution, it is just Kunai didn't read the room well. And on top of that, they didn't have the perfect crossfire set up over in that freezer position. And because of it, Hush were able to not only push the temple, but they were able to read that defense very well, take advantage of the very weak crossfire, find gaps, and kind of just honestly work their way in between it, disconnect all of the defenders on the bomb site, and initiate a couple of 1v1 engagements, which eventually allowed them to take that 3-1 deficit in a well-timed and played 1v1. from Demigod to push themselves into overtime. You know, I asked the question of Kunai getting over aggressive, giving a lot of gaps and making a lot of mistakes to Hush. Was it going to continue to happen? And that's exactly what happened. But now Kunai realizing the mistakes they made, realize that they got over aggressive. They played a couple of those crossfires poorly. They're going to take their tactical timeout, talk it over, give themselves a chance to take a breather and kind of like retrend, you know, rework what they're wanting to do. Because now in overtime, you have to try new things. You can't go back to the good old basics that you did in regulation, because now your teammates, they have all the info possible to read onto you. And now Hush back on the attack. They're going to have to attack 2 times if
Attackers
they
need
want to win.
and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, and that time actually, Kunai weren't really playing as aggressive in the last round. It was just like, again, like you said, not really having the players in the right position to hold crossfires. Blitz was just able to walk in through long bar for the longest, and there was really nothing to stop him until he got like too far. He went towards like the stacks rotate, and then there was a player in the cocktail who saw him on the rotate, plus a player in freezer that stopped him in his tracks. And I'll be completely honest, like, both teams, whenever there has been a blitz being picked, there hasn't really been any good counters. I haven't really seen enough Legion. You know, Echo has been brought more times than not just to help counter the rush plays that Hush have been setting up for, plus giving a lot of info over to the defense. And I kind of like this play. They're also bringing a lot more delay utility, not only to Goyo, but also the smoke for your late round potential. And so you at least have a plan here for Kunai, just in case Hush try to go for an early rush, you at least have a way to stop it. It's just about, you know, how quick is their reactions going to be once they do face some heat from Hush when they do exert it.
Hush have read into what Kunai did before, and going into not only overtime but this round specifically, it's going to be up to Kunai to change the tempo. They're going to have to change how they play, because the previous 3 rounds, in my opinion, was an absolute failure. Their entire playstyle, what they wanted to bring to the defense in their last 3 defending rounds of the regulation, simply did not work. Hush was able to read into it and do exactly what they did, and their answer to this is to go into mining and dining, a bomb site that we have not seen throughout this entire map, this entire matchup. And they've given Hush a lot of problems to deal with. An extended hold all the way over to Library, those Goyo canisters over by the window, and on top of that, a mirror that you're going to have to deal with. And this does put Hush in a position where they have to make a choice, and that choice right now is to simply go for a rush plan.
Yep, Candelas go in, but they can't quite make their way inside of the building. Buck has been dealt with, Ying was just dealt with out of the train's window, and the Goyo fires did absolute work. So deny that push coming in from Kunai, plus the angles all the way down from dining have been an absolute travesty to this Hush attack, but Demigod just killed the dining player, a player that stopped the push coming in from red, but not without being traded out by Gekku. And so now that's kind of there's kind of a 1v1 here after that quick trade onto Gekku from Indubs. But you know, it's not really an opportunity for the Echo Drone to be quite useful here. You haven't wasted enough time, and if the plant does go down, you really only have 2 Sonic Burst charges before it takes a really long pause to refresh yet again. The Diffuser in the hands of Indubs though, so you might use this plant opportunity in order to bait some movement here from the Mint, who doesn't really have a lot of opportunities to use the Echo with a lot of time here for Indubs to make it quite useful. And so there you go, plant goes down, track stingers to cover the flanks and cover some movements, and also give sound cues over to Indubs and force him into the lane where Indubs can't exactly see the Minted. And so names go out through the drone hole, shots are traded between both of them, and the Echo Drone to confirm, at least give you some information back. You know, that works both ways though, but not enough for Indubs to turn around right at the doorway. He was too distracted by the Echo Drone, and that's the cost of his life. The Minted clutches up the 1v1 opportunity, and Kunai finally stop a Hush attack in its tracks.
Defender mission successful.
I really love the read from Kunai, reading that Hush was going to try to go for a direct site take, not really wanting to work those defender utility close to the site until they actually executed onto the site. And realizing that, they said, okay, you know what, we'll give you a playground, we'll give you a site that basically says, come in, jump in through the window into mining, try to get that bomb plant down. They even gave top red in vertical control, giving away the illusion that there was a gap on that mining defense. But the plethora of utility paired with the Goyo Volcons and the Mira, they were able to completely stomp that
Attackers need
first
to locate
initial
and defuse
rush
as many
into the
bombs as
bomb
they
site, and then put that Echo into relatively a comfortable 1v1. A lot of situations where it could have gone
Bomb
either
located
way,
by
but he did
attackers.
play it great. He won the round, and now he gives Kunai their very first and only, or actually not only, but their very first defensive round. What could be their only defensive round if they do go on to win this attacking round. Hush, already reinforcing that hatch, gives the idea that they're going to play this extended roam in this entire site, hopefully completely different, because the last time they played it, especially in the early round, Kunai, they ate it up. They took advantage of every small mistake, every little gap on those top 2 floors that Hush left, and now Hush, their last opportunity, what could be, this is it.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give it up to Hush, you know, from 6-3 down to now finding 3 attacks in a row on Cafe. Like, that's actually kind of crazy to think about, because Cafe historically, and even now statistically, is a defender-sided map through and through. It's just how it's always been. And, you know, Hush have completely defied expectations on how to attack. And I mean, the same can be said for Kunai and, you know, how to defend. It's been quite an adventure for both teams. Now going to be on the first floor here for Hush as they try and defend this in a different way, though not really. The different way being that there is no roamers on the top floor here from Hush on the 2nd or 3rd floor, and it's going to be the same exact strategy from Kunai, who have completely drawn this out and figured out that eventually they'll figure out that there is no one here from Hush. And again, it's the Buck and the Ram combo in order to exert as much vertical pressure as they possibly can on this 2nd floor.
Right now is essentially Kunai reading the defense and saying, this is not what we expect. This is different from what we've seen. And the difference is the very first pick, not only does it go on to a very crucial player, that player being the Dokkaebi, but a player who has shown up so big, the leading kill leader, not only on the team, but the entire lobby now gone. All of that pressure, all of that playing is now gone. And Kunai, they're in a position where for the very first time in the early round on clearing these top 2 floors, they have to find an answer back. They're going to have to attack this site in a man deficit. This is not something that they're used to, not something that they've done or had to do this entire map.
And I was a player just outside of the lobby double doors challenging the coach check player, so that completely sucks. That removes a lot of pressure in challenging not only the Whiskey player, but now the VIP player. So they have to apply some pressure onto this position, but they're completely failing in that aspect. Blast finds 2, not only on bottom white, but then dealing with the brown stairs player himself. He doesn't need the Whiskey bar protection. Demented, though, does find the kill back through the vertical angles, and that's now N-dubs down. And that gives Kunai an opportunity in a 2v4 to maybe bring something back. But with 30 seconds left, they have no diffuser. Diffuser is in complete view of the VIP player who's completely destroyed this push here from Kunai. And so now they kind of have to deal with them. But Bless finds 1, can't quite find a second. Diffuser's still now in the hands of Dexy as he picks it right back up. And now he's in a 3v3 or 1v3 with no time left. 10 seconds on the clock. 1 player is in co-check. He does find that kill nicely on the Demigod next to Whiskey. But again, minimal time left, have to get the diffuser down, and with 0 seconds left on the clock, the round is officially over. Hush closes it out, and we're going into max OT between Hush and Kunai.
They knew exactly where he was, and it goes to show that, hey, Hush, all you had to do was just do a little small things. They completely changed up their defense that time around, and Kunai, they were not aware. They weren't ready for it. You saw that they wasted, I wouldn't necessarily waste it, but they did spend a lot of time droning because they were not familiar. They didn't pick up on those first initial setups on the defense. So they did realize, they did read that Hush had a completely different setup, especially on the top 2 floors, even though that they did fall back relatively early on. They got a pick to go with it. And that's exactly what Hush was looking for. Just needing to build off of a couple of things, starting off of in that first round, and now Kunai. They can go back onto their defense. They can go back onto a site that should favor them. They've won it a couple of times. But the problem is, Hush, they have all the info that they need. And Kunai, they're in a position where, just like Hush did on this exact same bomb site last round, they're going to have to change up how they play. They're going to have to give Hush a couple of new obstacles to potentially waste some time, make them uncomfortable, and yield this bomb site into their favor if they want to take their very first map win. And keep in mind, this isn't Hush's only game. If Hush lose this game, they still have a potential to go 1-1 today. They do have a game against Wanagoons off stream, so this is not going to be their only potential. But for Kunai, this is their one and only chance today.
Thank you. Wow. Some technical difficulties on my side. I'm also dealing with personal issues in real life, so that kind of sucks. But it's OT match point, nothing about me. And I mean, you saw Kunai in the last round as well. You said that Brown Stairs isn't used quite a bit. They showed you exactly why. You're very much locked in when trying to put pressure onto VIP position. Nick's already in though on the second floor, and he's gonna push down the white stairs. And you have to imagine that for Hush, that they put somebody at least in the double windows next to the VIP to perform a perfect pinch onto the player inside of the VIP section. That's the mid two, trying to keep the hatch closed in freezer. But for now, and he does have extra one in the charge, but he's not gonna throw it out. So that is the freezer hatch completely opened up. And now you kind of have part one of the push already completed. Now it's up to part two, clearing the VIP section if Hush are going to go for that freezer execute.
The problem for Hush now is they have so many options to get an avenue into dealing with this Christmas player and taking this lobby control outside of the site. But the problem is they don't know what they want to attack first. They don't exactly have a 100% understanding of this defense, and they're starting to waste a little bit of time. They're starting to become indecisive, not really putting all of their cards into one place, trying to look to find if they can find an easy way into the site, and Unstoppable could potentially find that for them.
Yeah, Plant's gonna go down as well. That kill just signaled off the alarm bells for Hush. Demigod finds the cutoff. Two cutoffs from Bless inside of Freezer. Plant is completed. Trickster's finding his way back inside of the site, but with the vert control against him and also a player in Freezer to find, he really has no information on where the last three players are. And you may just see Hush come away with a Class A robbery here on Cafe against Kunai. Though Trix does find the very first kill inside of Freezer, that frees up an opportunity for him to maybe get the defuse down, and there's really not a lot of vertical oh no, there is vertical angle right above where the defuse kit is. That's Demigod to kind of get him off of that initially, but it's Unstoppable to connect for the final kill of this round, the final kill of this game. And now the final round and max OT between Hush and Kunai comes at a devastating close for Kunai because they just lost devastatingly 8-7 in max OT.
A great first game from both teams, but it's Hush to finally find their way out of the darkness, being helped out by Nightmare Nix himself. You know, originally going down in that 6-3 deficit, it was really when that Hush started to change up not only their attacks, but most definitely their defenses that really gave Kunai a lot of trouble. And Kunai never really were able to find their footing and fully adapt to the changed entire playstyle from Hush, and that's why they fell short in that last very round.
Yeah, I'll be completely honest though, both defenses need a lot of work on Cafe because there was just so many gaps, so many times attackers were allowed to just walk up really important lanes, take a lot of space, pull off a lot of good pinches with their teammates. And that's the one good thing that you can say about this matchup is that at least on the attack, there was a lot of good team interplay with how they were pinching the defenders out. But that is going to do it for our second game of tonight. We still have two more best of ones coming up for you. I think it's going to be still Group B and Group C matches, maybe Group D. But either way, we'll be back after this short break. We'll see you guys soon.
The times that I did you wrong, I just want you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since we got along. Yeah, we've been playing stupid games, the situation rotates, and they say communication save relations. Okay, medicated how I'm patient, wasting time ain't the way, cause I can see it on your face. I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now? Okay, now hold up. Let me get something right off my chest. I've been meaning to read into it, time to put it to rest. Is it stress? Is it that I ain't answer your text? Don't you treat it like amnesia, you know I always forget. Stirring the pot real hot, watch how the plot thickens. Around the clock, tick tock, need more than 20 seconds to get your attention before it's on to the next thing. And I'm over here again wondering, can I hold ya, hear your truth, pull you closer, talk it through?
Girl, you know that I'm the one that you can come and complain to. Your silhouette's amazing, but your brain is a maze too.
So can you help me find my way while I find something to say?
I know the arguing just augments everything going both ways, but baby, I can see it on your face.
Up and tossing, turning, staying up all night long. Up and calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now?
I'll be there when the lights don't shine. I'll be there in the sleepless nights. I'll be there, make you feel alright. I'll be there, I'll be there. I'll be there when the lights don't shine. I'll be there in the sleepless nights. I'll be there, make you feel alright. I'll be there, I'll be
Okay, 2 games done and dusted for the second game of the Blitz Gaming series. Now on to the third and fourth in a completely different group. We're done with the Group C matches for today. Now moving over to Group D. I'm still Chaka. This is not Goose. This is Nomical, and I'm excited to cast these upcoming games. It's the first day for Group D, the first time that we actually get to see these teams.
Yep, you're stuck with the other half of the dynamic Nomical and Goose duo now. You're stuck with me. And it is indeed a very interesting Group D matchup like you were talking about. Both of these teams, Free Eli and Cabal Gaming, recently picked up from Forever Esports, have both came from Qualifier 2. You know, they had a little bit of a stranger run. They didn't come in from the top 6 qualifying teams, but nonetheless, they both look really good during their qualifying run. And I expect we'll see great things from both teams.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it is going to be Free Eli versus Cabal Cabal Gaming, and this is going to be an interesting game to watch. For Free Eli, they got Scary, Dame, and Tim, Waileki, and Spider. That team, when I watched them in the qualifiers, were very scary to watch, pardon the pun, because they were a very aggressive team that like punished a lot of players with their aggression. And so from Cabal Gaming, I'm hoping to see a lot of team play here. On their roster, they have Mess, Scarping, Geek, J6, and Warrior. This is going to be an exciting game to watch, especially considering the fact that I don't really have a lot of info on Cabal Gaming, whereas for Free Eli, I've seen them play throughout the qualifiers. They're a very aggressive team, no matter the situation.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at their roster, you've got players like Temp who are known for their aggression. You've got Scary on there as well, like you were mentioning. But for Cabal, I feel like their roster actually is very scary in its own right. I'm not sure who exactly the team captain is, but of course, you've got Scarping on there who recently has that E3 experience playing against those top tier teams. So he can use that to kind of help lead his team against some of these bigger named opponents, like players like Scary, like you were mentioning, which like Extra, who I believe he plays at some point on this team. So a lot of different things to worry about for both sides, but also we need to worry about where we're going to be playing this game as we'll start to look at the map bans. And of course, this is a best of 1 matchup, so only 1 map played between these 2 teams. Actually, Cabal will play 2 games, and their first one will be on Skyscraper. I find that very intriguing.
I do too, and it's interesting as well. Cabal Gaming instantly banned out Border and Chalet, 2 of the more aggressive maps in the map pool, and Free Eli have opted out to ban Cafe as well as Clubhouse. So you see more of the default maps being taken care of pretty early from both teams, Oregon and Clubhouse, and the aggressive maps also being taken care of, Border and Chalet. And we end up on Skyscraper, and this one is very interesting. Skyscraper is a heavily defender-sided map, and if Free Eli, or it just doesn't matter. Like, you know, if you watch the game between the 86 Pistons and I believe it was TSG in a completely different group, Group C, where Makers is in it, saw no attacks, or rather only 1 attack was being won on this map, and it's going to be Free Eli to start off on the defense. And it was a lot of the time when TSG were playing on the attack, they just struggled with closing out their rounds, especially when they had the man advantage. And that's what happens a lot of times on Skyscraper if you get that man advantage on the attack. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the attack is being played here on Skyscraper and what the defense is going to look like here from Free Eli.
I think another thing worth noting is how will this affect how will it affect both teams, knowing that we've got the quarter system in play here? Look to see Free Eli jump out to a pretty big lead, of course, with how Skyscraper plays out. It's so hard to attack because you have to clear from one side of the map over on the top floor, and then you have to worry about getting through choke points like Drum, like over by Geisha. There's so many different areas that the defense can just set up power positions away from the site to extend their stronghold and make it a very tough time for you to actually clear out. So I'd be really worried if I was Cabal about how we're going to address some of those issues head on. Look to see them maybe bring a Monty if it goes on ban. Look for maybe a Ying. Just a lot of, you know, execute utility focus that will help them clear some of these spots.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting too as well. Like, again, like you said, it's going to be very interesting to see how Cabal Gaming start off on the attack. Skyscraper tends to be more of a linear map than anything else, especially, for example, if you attack into Karaoke and T. There's really only 2 ways to attack Karaoke and T. You either attack it directly from like Black Stairs and Geisha, or you do an Office and Exhibition over clear, which is what most teams tend to do. It's a much more safer option to go for Office and Exhibitions clears over than it is to go for anything else. And the same thing applies to when you're doing office and exhibition. Teams go for karaoke tea over clears. If they're playing barbecue kitchen, office and exhibition over clears. You get the point. Skyscraper tends to lean itself to be a very linear map. And for the attack, that can pose a lot of issues. You really don't have many options when it comes to attacking on this map. And it's very easy to counter if your defense, especially with how power heavy the defensive operators are nowadays.
Yeah, I think this skyscraper map in particular reminds me a lot of the old style consulate map before the rework. It was very linear.
Yeah.
You would see teams start on the top floor, clear from one side to the other, and then start to work your way down. Obviously, of course, skyscraper only has 2 floors, so it doesn't play out necessarily the same way, but the general concept of needing to clear is there for both teams to worry about. Now, as we start to look at the bans here, what I would expect is probably a Monty ban from one of these two teams. It's going to be very hard to clear it out. There it is, the Monty ban.
Shocking.
If you had that Monty on the board. So not only that, but also, like you mentioned, shocking how powerful Monty is. It's no surprise to see this operator off the board. First, I would not be surprised if we see a Dokkaebi ban here as well. There's a lot of different spots that you can kind of hide out in off of the site. And indeed, there it is. 2 for 2 so far. Chaka, what are you thinking for defense?
You have your choices now with Solus being nerfed to the ground. Or I wouldn't say nerfed to the ground. She's still pretty good, but she's not as good as what she used to be. So you have more options to what you can ban. You have the options between a Fenrir, Valkyrie for information. Azami's going to be banned out for more of the just hard architectural work that she offers on this map, especially when you consider how much of a fortress Drum is whenever she's around to help on those karaoke and tea extensions, or even upstairs extensions from barbecue and kitchen. Last ban though is going to be the what? Vigil? Are you kidding me? It's going to be free AI to find that last ban. And yeah, I was gonna, you know what? After the last ban, I was planning to talk about how the fact that Ying is up and available for the attack to help with those extensive clears that they need to go on for this very linear map. But the Vigil ban just caught me completely off guard.
In my opinion, if you're going to go for a crazy ban like that, ban the Warden. Because that just makes the Ying that much more powerful. Because obviously you could see Warrior is bringing that Ying out right away. They're really going to put a heavy focus on using some of these utility-based operators like the Ying, like the Ram, like the Ace that they're bringing out right now to clear some of these important defensive operators that you've got. The good news for Free Eli is, with the Warden left up, they're going to read into the fact that the Ying will be heavily prevalent in this map, and they're going to likely bring it over and over again to make sure that they're not getting forced out and giving away free picks to the fact that they aren't able to shoot back, you know, when their screen is just fully white. It's pretty annoying.
That'd be pretty annoying to encounter the setup as well by Drum and Shrine. I almost forgot the name there for a second because it is going to be a karaoke and tea defense. You have to imagine that with the deployable shield that it's been placed. Where has the deployable shield been placed actually? Because I don't see it on top Shrine. I'll eventually see it when I see it, but regardless, there is going to be a strong emphasis on holding top Shrine and Drums. You don't want to give away that space for free. You have the Warden playing inside of Geisha. You'll most likely have the Wamai at some point when he's playing really, really aggressively by Exhibition and he sees it fit to like back up. He'll play inside of Shrine. So you have a lot of counterable utility here for the defense to counter the plethora of utility that Cabal Gaming have on the attack. But already you see the Ying repelled up on the karaoke window, and they've already sent Akandela in. One just bounced off the window, completely hits the Amaru in the face, but never mind. Second one put through the window yet again. Amaru's repels right on in, goes to top black, but a lot of the kills happening from Cabal Gaming, and even though you got this top black control, you don't have the gold wall open, but it just doesn't matter. They blitz straight on into Geisha, they find 2 kills through there, and now the last player alive is going to be all the way on the restaurant stairs. That's an easily countable position, and it's Cabal Gaming to take the very first round.
Yeah, I'm really worried after what I've seen from Free Eli right there. They were pretty slow in their setup, and they weren't really ready to take those quick gunfights that Cabal were, you know, ready and in the building to take quickly. Not only that, but Cabal just read the gaps. They realized that Geisha's pretty soft. They realized that they could go top black. They took that space quickly, caught Free Eli off guard, and were just able to bully them as a result. Once they got those picks, it just continued to steamroll out of control. Free Eli lost control of their own site. And the rest is just history. Overall, Cabal with a very coordinated attack and a great start on one of the hardest maps to attack.
Coordination as well around the Yinkandelas. As soon as one pops in straight through karaoke after the first one fails, it's just a complete blitz through Geisha, and that's exactly what happened. Cabal just take the one-on-one engagement as a team. 2 players go into Geisha and they killed the Warden by himself isolated. Like you said, they weren't necessarily prepared for that, and you have to imagine if they're repicking into this site that they're gonna be prepared for a direct take. Okay, that was a clash, by the way. That was Dame dead, and now we're seeing potentially a rehost here from Free Eli, and with players disconnecting all around, that's exactly what we're going to get. It's going to be a quick while before players get back into the lobby. A quick while, that did not make sense, but it's going to be a little bit before players rejoin the lobby. But for now, we can at least talk about what happened in that last round, because Free Eli to go back to the same site, so you have to imagine that they make some pretty big changes.
I think one notable change that I saw out of Free Eli was the pick of that clash. I really think that clash could be, a very influential factor for them. I really like the fact that they're realizing, hey, Cabal want to go quickly. Let's bring operators to slow them down. We need something like the clash for not only more information as to where they're going to push from, but also just the general factor to give us a little bit more time and a little bit more leeway to get players into position to shut down the attack from Cabal. So I really think that, because of course with the rehost they will have to play the same operators, when we get back into round number 2, it'll be a great bit of utility that clash will bring.
Speaking of the rehost, we will have a quick break ourselves, and when we come back, we'll be back with round number 2 between Free Eli and Cabal Gaming.
My city's gonna tell you the tale. Everyone was left in the veil. My time won't come to an end. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around and keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting. I'm bad to the bone. Got blood take a look around. And keep your guns high, it's a war zone, it's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone, it's a war zone. And I'll be fighting.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go.
Not necessarily the quickest of breaks, but still we're back. Free Eli versus Cabal Gaming, and if you missed the very first round, it was a pretty straightforward rush through Geisha, Black Stairs, and a karaoke window that saw Cabal take a very dominant round one. And before the rehost happened, and before we took like a quick pause, we did see the clash being picked here from Dame.
Yeah, for Dame, I'm really excited to see how he uses this clash. I want to know if he's going to play a bit more passive or if he's going to be more on the front lines over by like patio terrace, I believe it's called actually, and over by like dragon, because you can use the clash in multiple different ways to slow down the aggression that we saw in the first round from Cabal Gaming. So just look to see the different ways that they use that. But not only that as well, once again, the Warden versus Ying kind of 1v1 operator lineup wise is going to be interesting to watch when we get towards that execute phase, because Cabal Gaming have brought a very heavy execute centric lineup.
It's also Free Eli bringing a lot more traps this time around. They have the Melusi, they have the Fenrir as well too, combined with the Clash, and this is plenty of slowdown here from Cabal Gaming or from Free Eli to really disrupt the push here from Cabal Gaming. When my disc already caught one of the frag grenades, and that was to burn. Okay, that was to burn with my disc, but well, that's a way to find a very first kill in this round, though it's not going to be a positive one for Cabal Gaming, as it's going to be a team kill onto Warrior, and that was the thing that made that execute so possible in a karaoke window.
Yeah, definitely not the best of starts there for Cabal Gaming, and losing that Ying is definitely not who you want to lose first, especially to a TK nonetheless. But they are going to take an opportunity to get control of some of this top black stairs areas of the map. But not only that, they've also got players working their way in from different portions like Geisha to try and secure a bit of a split push. And that is really a good idea, just because you can provide areas of pressure to different portions of the map, but not before Scary gets a kill and things get worse for the attack.
Also, explosives used to deal with the Osa shield just placed on the 90 hull. So even though the Osa shield still remained after the Osa died, you now deal with it, and that removes a lot of pressure. You have no more Osa shields to work with because the Osa is now dead, and that gives the opportunity for the class to just push up here and completely slow down what's going on over by 90. Spider tries to go for a flank up the black stairs, or potentially to try to like remove some of the window play, but he can't quite do that. He gets dealt with pretty easily, but still the attack here is stalled in its tracks. They can't quite progress forward, and they don't really have Geisha control, and without the Geisha control, they cannot move past where they're standing, which is top black and also in a karaoke window. They haven't really had an opportunity to deal with this shot neither, and even though they've opened up an angle on the gold wall, Scary is providing so many opportunities for Free Eli to hold on to the top black area. But now J6 pushes himself in through gold, but the Clash is still here to provide a lot of stall time. There was a rotate earlier onto the Geisha balcony to provide more pressure onto Scary playing behind that shield, but it is still Wilecki to find one kill, and the next is found onto the player just outside of Geisha window, and now it's up to Geek and the 1v3, but he can't quite find one. Yes, he does, but it's not without being answered it's not without an answer back from Skibbity, and that's Free Eli to find an answer back soon after losing round number 1.
Yeah, I think the whole entire factor of that round was the fact that Cabal lost the Ying first. After they lost the Ying, they didn't really know what to do because they lost that kind of big dominant force that they could have used to spearhead their way into the building. Sure, they took top black control. Sure, they tried to walk their way in, but that didn't go very well for them because they were met head on with a bunch of traps to give away where they were going. But not only that, the Clash was just able to slow them down. They tried to go quickly like we saw in round number 1. It didn't work because with that Clash, everybody from Free Eli was able to just turn their guns towards where the attack was coming from, and they were much more effectively able to shut it down. So a much better defensive setup and a much better defensive hold from Free Eli, but now we set our sights towards Office side, which in turn, they will likely need to do the exact same thing, just in reverse, as they need to try and defend the Karaoke side before they can actually get to the site itself.
Interesting thing to note about that last round as well, they didn't deal with the Geisha player neither. So yes, you have the Clash, you have all of these traps as well by Black Stairs, but the Geisha player really provided an opportunity for them to not walk up Black Stairs, and that was really good, a really good adjustment from Free Eli to give themselves more of an opportunity to stall at that push where it came where it came from. The last time Cabal Gaming were very successful on attacking onto Karaoke T, I guess they weren't joking in the TeamSpeak when they literally said we were going to try and do the same take again. Now they have to do a different type of take here on Office and Exhibition, and it seems like it's going to be quite direct, and they have the Ying to help do that type of push, and the first kill is going to happen from Cabal, so a great start. And that was the player behind the minibar who tried to do a run out, and that was the Mira as well, so that was a player in a really good spot to stop the direct take on the Office wall, and now there has to be somebody else to give up their position to play directly on the Mira when they're playing behind a minibar. It doesn't seem like Geek knows that. Scary finds another kill on the other side of the map, and the Nitro Star to go out doesn't quite connect, and they have to find the Blitz first, and they team up on him quite well. And now it's Cabal Gaming, another failed rush on a different site choice, and it's up to Warrior to find up 4 to 4 kills, and he does well to find one, can't find another, and it's Skibbity to again find the last kill in a round for Free Eli as they find their second here on Skyscraper before the quarter swap.
Yeah, a much better round once again from Free Eli. Sure, they got a little bit over aggressive, or at least Spider got a little bit over aggressive on that mirror run out, and I was thinking that that would have enabled the Blitz to be a little bit more powerful because they had the man advantage to work with to, actually assist with the shield play. And sure, they were able to get control of the site, but after that, they just completely forgot about all of the utility that they had available to them. They tried to just run in without information, without using any utility to assist, and they had plenty, don't get me wrong. And they just tried to take gunfights. Just didn't work because once again, their intel was bad. They found themselves steamrolling, losing bodies quickly as they tried to get site control, and it enabled Free Eli to just get more aggressive in turn and just swing them again and continue finding those picks. So now Free Eli have those two defenses back to back after losing the first round and give themselves a bit of momentum heading to the attack.
It's not going to be any more rush opportunities for Cabal Gaming, and I hope the next time they go into their attack that they try and be slightly more patient in how they take the map, because I feel like they're getting way too impatient, like you said, not really having any information in that previous round, and it kind of bit them in the butt in the end. Now they get the opportunity to defend here on Skyscrapers. Free Eli to take the lead here on their defenses 2-1. And now attacking, it seems like they're going to take this a lot more patiently than what Cabal Gaming did. The Ying is still going to be persistently picked by both attacking teams, and it is going to be an Office and Exhibition clear, but not without any resistance. There's a player down below in House. There was a player originally over by Office and Exhibition, and there's still J6 playing in Shrine. What they really need to be worried about is this player playing down below, because he can completely dislodge his attack. Never mind, he's rotated completely. And it seems like there was pressure built up on the information game there from Free Eli that made the Cabal Gaming players rush out of their extended positions, and now they're playing more safely towards site, Drum, Shrine, Geisha, and also top Mez.
Right now, Free Eli are taking things a little bit slower, about a minute burn, and they're still not even really in the building. They're just taking some time to make sure that everything is going in their favor, but it's definitely not to start things out. They've burned over a minute, they've lost the opening pick, Temp is down first. Losing that Grim is definitely a huge loss for the attack here. No more of those bees are available to assist with clearing players out of a spot. That currently Mesk is currently in over by Dragon, but not only that, they don't really have much to actually spearhead their way through the building with. They're just kind of sitting around still. They don't really have a coordinated plan with how to push through this map and actually take control.
Yeah, and they also don't have much burn as well for Reminders. They have plenty of destructible utility, the Gone 6s and the Ash charges, but that's really that doesn't really mean much if you don't have anything to counter the Wamai specifically around this Shrine Shield that's stopping them from entering. And yeah, you can like, look, there's nobody in Drum, but they can't quite enter if they don't have Shrine control. That's a nice snatch yourself from Warrior to confirm a kill into the Terrorist player, and that's what I mean. You just can't get this control. They can't walk in, and they get murdered every time they try. And it's all up to Dame in a 1v4. He does find one to make it so. But that's the Geisha player. He can't even walk into Geisha without Drum. Okay, never mind, he does. He kills the player inside of Drum, and now it's up to Cabal Gaming to kind of like chill out here and reset and not get too over aggressive. They gave up 2 free picks, you don't want to give up another. And that's well played from J6 all the way from Terra just to watch in for that jump in through the Geisha window, and it's Cabal Gaming to tie things up on their first round of defense.
Yeah, I mean, sure, at the end there, it looked like it might have gone more of Free Eli's way. But Cabal, after killing Temp first in the early round, did a great job of just reading where it was that Free Eli wanted to push from. They had the idea that based off of Free Eli's really slow push, they were trying to go for a full clear over from the office side of the map. And they were ready for it. They had everybody in those kind of off-site bunker spots, like over by Shrine, like inside of Drum. And they were also watching the jump in from Geisha, which for Eli tried to rotate and go for. Everything that Cabal Gaming wanted to do, or predicted that Free Eli would do, they did. And they were able to use that to their advantage. They were able to just sit back and wait. And overall, Free Eli just once again had a huge lapse of information as to what Cabal was doing with those defensive setups.
That's the interesting thing about Skyscraper, especially when you're attacking Karaoke and T. I kind of talked about it a little bit earlier. It's all really, if you're doing it off in exhibition tech, it's all about taking control of both Drum and Shrine. You can't just do one without the other, because then Cabal Gaming can just sit back in certain positions and still keep protecting themselves on the other side of the map. You have top Shrine, you can still play on the head holes really safely without worrying about somebody swinging you from Shrine. You can play on the Drum doorway quite safely without worrying about somebody swinging you from the Karaoke or from the tea room doorway. And so it's just all about like not really removing the comfortability there from Free Eli that doomed them in the end. This time around though, it's going to be office and exhibition, and maybe they'll take it like the same type of pace, but it seems like they're trying to attack directly for now. Maybe open up some of these exterior walls first to then rotate over to do more of the Karaoke and T clear. But already you see them kind of like using their utility early, 2 ash charges already used in order to open up at least the site wall, and then maybe deal with the mirror window on site as well. There is a flank coming downstairs, and this may just be a run out outside of the service doorway, but Warrior's playing this quite well for now. There's also some vertical pressure being applied below, so you may see Warrior go for this flank too as well. But if he goes out for this jump out, then that's his position known, and now the Buck knows exactly what's happening down below, and they almost have a cutoff for him, but they can't quite connect onto it. It's not a good start for neither one of these teams.
Yeah, that could have been a huge loss for Free Eli rather, if Warrior was able to find any value on that run out. But the passiveness and kind of the fear that we saw from him as to whether or not that run out would go punished is what ended up costing him big time. Because not only that, he lost some HP in the process. Wilecki also will shut down Gerv, so now it's man advantage for Eli. For really the first time in a while, they find themselves in the driver's seat of this round with just over a minute to go. They could start to walk their way in here, because like you mentioned earlier, they're trying to go direct for this. They're not wasting time clearing out portions of the map that they don't have to, and it's enabled them to be a lot more efficient.
Yeah, the only thing that's really stopping them from just walking in through the office main breach is the fact that the mirror window's still up behind the minibar. They're still trying to make these vertical angles quite effective against Cabal Gaming, but they're not finding any kills through it. And with time ticking down, you may see Free Eli get slightly more desperate. They just lost a kill outside of the Shrine window, and that's Warrior to at least find a kill when he couldn't do it earlier on the initial run out through the delivery doorway. And as time keeps ticking down, Spider does find another one just outside of office balcony, but again, they just can't walk in without dealing with this mirror window on the bar, and they have no more utility to do so. So 3v3 with 25 seconds left, and that's the initial good start for Free Eli. It doesn't really seem like they have much of a foothold inside this round. Warrior does very well to find another kill, but it's still Cabal Gaming with a man advantage despite an answer back from Spider. And with the lack of info, the 2 players left alive are playing this quite passively with 1 Nitro Cell down below. Time is ticking down, no diffuser in the back pocket of the ad. She doesn't have any information, no idea where Geek could be. He's looking left, right, and center, but not in exactly the right direction, and it's Geek to close out that round for Cabal Gaming.
Overall, Free Eli just lost that round. Cabal Gaming didn't necessarily win that round. I think that round comes down to more the fact that Free Eli, their timing was terrible in the late round. The early and mid rounds from them were great. They did some damage to a player on a run out, put some fear into his eyes. They cleared down below. They opened the breaches that they needed to, but then they weren't coordinated at all when it came down to the execute, walking up the stairs, walking in the breach, walking in top of house, in the single wall, all just felt discombobulated. They didn't use utility right. They didn't walk in to play for trades. And as you saw, Cabal Gaming were just able to win a series of 1v1s and hold on to the spots further back that they had just sat and waited in for most of that round after Free Eli had gained that initial control. So overall, like I mentioned, just Free Eli, they need to reevaluate how they're playing those late rounds, because that's going to be the key to success later on in these attacks.
I mean, they had a lot of things working for them, just not really enough in terms of like their team play, and you explained it perfectly well. Now it's going to be up to them to see if they can try and, well, fix those issues in this upcoming round. Playing into Barbecue and Kitchen, and this is what I mean by Skyscraper is a very linear map, because you attack this the same way that you attack Karaoke and Tea, and that you just go for an offensive exhibition over clear, which is exactly what Free Eli are doing. You already see them rappelling up around the first floor area. What's different about this site compared to others, though, is that you do see teams going through pantry by themselves usually. And a breaching charge already on top house stairs may put a lot of pressure onto J6 playing this position by himself. But if they don't know that he's here, this may embolden him to play his position properly. But he doesn't really have many good rotations back around the site. But I mean, even though he doesn't have that option, J6, well, okay, Wyleki didn't know he was there at first, but J6 didn't know neither. That's the very first kill for Free Eli, and a very quick turnaround from Wyleki without no info.
Yeah, that's a great opening pick for Free Eli, especially because of the fact that if Wyleki had died there, that would have crippled the top-down clear potential from Free Eli onto the site. Well, and it still will get crippled anyways, as Warrior will claim Wyleki's life. So now an equalized man count, and Warrior can still hold court up above. Not only that, but he's got Geek up here with him to shut down any potential push that comes in. Free Eli have gotten control of the horizontal, but it's going to be that vertical, especially up inside of Geisha, that will claim most of their lives and really shut them down if they try to walk in through pantry. Now, Tim will do some damage to Gerb up above, but still, they're just kind of trapped in this spot.
Yeah, with really no other options than to attack horizontal, they kind of have to try and muscle their way in, and this is really not the way to do it, and that's exactly what Cabal Gaming are showing you. It doesn't seem to be a player that's applying some sort of pressure onto the mezzanine area, and he does find a kill from the first floor up onto the mezzanine player that was causing a lot of issues up here, but without any info on the retake here from Warrior on the mezzanine, there doesn't really seem to be much going here for Free Eli. It's just pantry, and that's really not enough to attack into the barbecue kitchen site, especially with the geisha hatch open. Most of the vertical angles being played here from two Cabal Gaming players. They can't just walk in and take this space. And so they try and like see if they can reroute another option, but the vertical angles, especially from restaurant stairs, you just get flanked from it. 2 was found from Warrior, refrag was found from Spider. The last player alive is now trying to make something happen from Sushi, rotates through restaurant. It's gonna bring a flourish drone to deal with the castle barricade. They know that one player is inside of sight. He was originally in barbecue the last time that they saw him on the drones, but he rotates all the way to pantry, completely bamboozling Spider, who has no idea that he's there. And it's a convincing enough round from Cabal Gaming despite the man count towards the end.
Another thing that really concerned me out of that round from Free Eli, as we hit the halftime break and give both teams a chance to talk, they're not finding value with their intel. I think the big reason that there is this intel gap in favor of Cabal Gaming, especially when Cabal Gaming have been on the defense so far, is mostly down to the fact that, well, yes, they were still using their drones. They had about 4 or 5 left there at the end of the round, did Free Eli, and they had used some of them, to clear out some spots. But they weren't finding kills, they weren't clearing utility off the back of it. So we need to see them start to recenter how they're gathering intel and how they're playing off the intel that they gather in order to help give themselves some success as we get back onto their attacks later on.
Yeah, I mean, even though they found pantry control and they also found the long desk control below mezzanine, it was just really like the vertical angles that gave them so many issues. They could not walk past anything, and it's because like you still have hatch control in Geisha. You can't walk in without clearing the hatch player, and you saw just how well Free Eli struggled with that on their attacks, and that proved to really be a big issue for them when trying to move on through. And like you said, info wasn't really, it was pretty okay, I guess, because they knew where some players were. It was just the flank down restaurant stairs that they had no idea that was happening. But again, they just, you can't, this is exactly why you see most teams clear the top 4 when attacking into Barbecue Kitchen, because they cannot walk through. And unless you have a plan for how to walk past the vertical, maybe with utility, smokes, etc., which Free Eli didn't have or didn't use, then there's no reason to like sit there and go for and execute where you don't get top 4 control. It's very odd, and so now you see defense being played here from Free Eli, and they go for Barbecue Kitchen, hoping to use the same vertical pressure that Cabal Gaming used against them, with traps involved as well.
As we get back onto Free Eli's second defensive half, or quarter rather, I guess, we saw last time we were here, they used the delay operators very well. They used traps to their effectiveness. They used shields and played behind them. Clash in particular, I would have loved to see them bring the Clash out once again. But nonetheless, with the lineup that they've got, especially with the Castle, who can kind of serve as a quote-unquote soft Clash, I guess, where you can like barricade some angles off and make it really hard to push through there without burning a bunch of time or utility, you can use that to your advantage to play a lot safer, which is currently what Free Eli are doing. They're not showing as much aggression, instead opting to play a little bit more close together and a little bit safer overall. But now as Cabal Gaming start to work their way in and clear out some of these initial out portions of the map, they're going to have to squeeze together a little bit more, our Free Eli, to make sure that they're still able to play each other's trades.
They have the player pinned down here between Geisha, and there was a free ping on him, but a nice shot from Scary takes the head clean off of Geek. And that's the player just outside of the Geisha balcony that's been dealt with. Another player also being dealt with here from Free Eli, and that's not only the player pushing it through Pantry, so extra pressure being built up there from Cabal Gaming, but they also just killed the site player with the diffuser. And now the only players that you have left are a player that's by himself just outside of the Geisha balcony, who does find the kill, and a player who's in the middle of sight by himself with 3 Candelas. And even though that's a good amount of utility to work with, it's simply just not enough to go and clutch a 1v4, especially with how close together Free Eli are playing. They expect them to go for this rotation, but the gunfight isn't won by Temp. Instead, it's Cabal or Mesk to find 2 kills off the backside of this this delivery push. Now Yin Cadella to go out in order to cover his rotation going into long desk.
Still very much a winnable situation here from Mesk, but not anymore, as it's Dame to claim the last kill of that round, and Free Eli find themselves a little bit closer in this game as the defense reigns supreme here so far through the first 7 rounds or so of Skyscraper. It may not be just Free Eli having a big intel gap. It may just be that it's Skyscraper and the defense is always in a huge advantage when it comes to the intel, because in that round, they seemingly knew, just based off the utility usage and where the drones were coming from Cabal Gaming, where exactly the attack was coming from did Free Eli. And they were able to position themselves accordingly. They had players over inside of Pantry and Delivery, like you mentioned, down below, playing the vertical. Not only that, but playing over towards the outer doors of the map that you saw. As they tried to push in, they were able to take the gunfights, win them outright, and just overall, it's been another story of kind of that ball rolling down a hill. Once it gets started, it just doesn't stop for the other team. They can't find a way to slow the momentum.
And that sucks, right? Because that whole round from Cabal Gaming, it looked pretty good on the second floor. They had a really good pinch into the Geisha player that removes the hatch control or the hatch pressure from the defense, but they just lost their gunfights in the end, right? Like, that's not really Cabal Gaming's fault. I mean, being swung on from the Geisha black box, if you're playing outside the Geisha balcony on a rappel, is kind of crazy to lose that gunfight. But otherwise, I felt like the push was pretty solid from Cabal Gaming. They just couldn't quite win the important gunfights, and that in the end is the difference in an FPS game like Siege. And so that's going to be Karaoke and T to be the site of choice here for Free Eli, and they've opted to bring the Mira, and this is a site setup that I'm pretty sure I've seen before, but it's been a while since I've seen the mirror windows being played between the sites like this, or yeah, across both sites like this.
It's definitely curious because it means while sure you don't necessarily have to play inside of karaoke, it also does mean that you cannot lose control of a place like Highway or like Shrine, because if you do, then those mirror windows are pretty much rendered ineffective. You need to hold on to places like Wilecki is currently holding on to, trying to deny the player from the Shrine window, who is, you know, passively looking to at least open that window and provide some phantom pressure and keep Wilecki guessing as to whether or not somebody could come from there. But while this is happening, there's been a full rotation from Cabal Gaming over towards the terrace side of the map, and they're going to start to work to force these players out. They have realized that with the setup from Free Eli, they need to clear this half of the map.
Yeah, and with the setup the Free Eli have, you see them trying to get more aggressive, and it helped out in the last round, but it's not going to help out now. J6 with the easy kill onto the terrace window player of Spider, who tried to wide swing it and gets dealt with very quickly. Sat down inside of this round. Cabal Gaming start off with the 5v4. They've also, with that, move into Office and Exhibition. There is no more extension here from Free Eli that's being played upon aggressively, and now they kind of have to depend on playing around their utility. The Shrine Shield still being up. They have to play around the T room half, the head holes in the T room half wall at the very least, and also on the restaurant hallway or the 90 hallway doorway looking straight at the terrace doorway. And so you really have to depend on Free Eli to stop the entry points, but so far they haven't been quite successful in that. The Geisha player is now down as a second kill is found just outside of the Geisha window here for Cabal Gaming, and with that they can move right on easily to Ash Charge sent in to deal with the Shrine window. And now, like you said, because they've lost the Shrine area, that mirror window is going to be rendered ineffective. And this is a good read from Cabal Gaming to go for an Office and Exhibition clear. Warrior starts us off now with the 4v2 and now confirmed to be a 4v1 with the quick trade back from Glover. And it's now all up to Temp in a 1v3 that now he confirms. And now he puts himself in a 1v2, finding 2 kills. But it's Geek to find the immediate refrag back. And it's Cabal Gaming to take, well, their first round on the attack after the swap.
Yeah, like I said, exactly what I predicted came to happen. Free Eli tried to put all of their eggs in that mirror window in the hopes that maybe Cabal Gaming would dedicate themselves to try and push from Geisha and from top black again. And while initially they might have started to do that, once they got information on the setup from Free Eli, they said, hey, we have to clear these players out from Shrine. We have to clear them out from Dragon. Because if we don't, they will easily be able to just wreck the entire push that we've been going for before, that we've shown that we like to do. So they completely pivoted their attack all the way over towards Terrace, towards Office, towards Exhibition. And they were quickly able to sweep through those power positions that Free Eli were trying to hold. And once they did that, based off the setup, they had nothing ready to counter a push from that side of the map, other than those players they had dedicated to it before. And once they lost those positions, as you saw, it went completely wrong for them, and Cabal Gaming were able to pretty much just walk right through.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about how well Free Eli played in qualifiers in terms of how most teams just couldn't handle their aggression, and I don't think that's been a question for Cabal Gaming. They've been able to handle the aggression there from Free Eli, especially in that last round where they were able to sit them down on that extension towards Terrace, Shrine, and Drum. Every time Free Eli tried to go for a swing in order to gain some amount of control back inside of that round, it was well dealt with from Cabal Gaming, who were playing right on top of each other and playing the refrags correctly. And you have to applaud them for that. It's really tough for a lot of T3 teams to do. And they've been able to do that quite effectively inside of this game. It's going to be now Office and Exhibition is the side of choice here. And while there is some initial pressure being applied outside of the Office balcony, there does seem to be some pressure being applied over by Karaoke and T-Room as well. Oh.
Wilecki gets the opener onto Warrior, so once again, Free Eli starting themselves off strong. Wilecki has actually gotten 3 of the opening picks in this game, so he's proven effective in the early round, but we need to see him stay alive a little bit longer and provide some more impact in the late round, because that's been the area he's been struggling in. But now, killing the Flores and, of course, the top frag from Cabal Gaming is a big loss as the attack starts to push in and clear out a lot of this utility that Free Eli have set up. Not only that, you lose a little bit of soft destruction in the process, but still, of course, you want to make sure that you can get rid of things like the shields, like any positions held up by a mirror window. Well, I guess really the shield. Other than that, you can maybe get rid of an Electro Claw. Now, the Impact Grenade will go out to get rid of some of the information from Cabal Gaming. One of those drones going to get destroyed in the process, but Cabal Gaming looked to follow that up with a little bit of a push in. And while some of that utility is going to get caught by the flash grenades, or the Wamai Magnets, Wilecki will swing up and get one, but it's quickly traded back. The man advantage stays in favor of Free Eli, however, as it's just Mesk and Geek left in a 4-on-2.
Cover the diffuser.
Are in the hand of Geek. They haven't really been able to quite get past this shrine area, and though they killed the shrine player, you still have a player inside of Dragon to deal with, and they haven't even opened up the terrace window to apply more pressure to this position. The Dragon player is still there, but he hasn't quite activated yet. What are you doing, Tip? And it's Geek to find 2 kills. He really should have been killed there. And a nah in chat. I'm screaming nah in my brain because that is crazy. But it is Spider to at least save the blushes of Temp for now as he finds a kill back to put Free Eli in a 2v1. Glover Mask is the last player alive, and he's trying to attack in from Shrine. There's a flashbang out towards Terrace, but that's not gonna quite catch anybody because Spider has already rotated to Minibar, ready to hold the crossfire with Dame inside of the exhibition area in order to deny the entry game here from Glover Master. Playing this very patiently, waiting for him to just swing on in, and as soon as they get the call, they're both going to swing together, but it was really only Spider who did so. And it's now Free Eli to finally find a round after some good rounds coming in from Cabal Gaming.
Same story. Good start for Free Eli. It gets better for them. A player gets a couple kills on the way out before the round is truly settled. But then again, it was very much firmly in control of the defense for that whole round. And I think a big factor of that is, sure, you know, maybe they were a little bit heavy on the utility burn early and they didn't have enough left to push in towards the site itself. But I think another big thing to look at is the overall just lapse of coordination. Cabal Gaming and Free Eli both have shown on their attacks that there's just something a little bit wrong with their timings. Sure, they're great individual gunners and individual performances, but they're not doing a great job in the trade department. You know, when it was a 4v5, there was nobody from Cabal Gaming to quickly trade onto Wilecki over by Shrine. And then when it became a 4v2, it only took a miracle performance from one of their players to bring it back to a 2v2. There was nobody to keep it there as a 3-on-3 or a 3-on-2 or anything like that. So we need to see, as we enter the final 3 rounds of regulation, from Free Eli in particular, because they're on the attack now, they have to do a better job with these trades. It's just, that's going to be the key to success.
Also positioning themselves better for the trade. I could have sworn that somebody could have just like rotated as well to the Shrine window in order to make it so that Wilecki could be more effectively traded out than like him just getting 2 picks on the entry through Shrine, but it's whatever. They still have the lead here, now going on to their defense, and it starts off really well for them. Warrior finds a spawn peek on the first floor and he kills the Ash pretty early, and that's already some really good utility to get off of the board, because while you still have some burn here from Free Eli, you don't really have anything else besides one Selma charge in order to take care of this shield on top Shrine.
Oh, most definitely. That is a crippling loss if you're Free Eli. There's so much soft destruction that you would have needed to do. And now the only thing you've got left to do it is a buck. And while sure, a buck is a great option, there's not really much range on a buck. And not only that, like you mentioned, the buck doesn't have that utility destruction that you can get. But not only that, they've lost the Grim as a C4 from below from Warrior claims Temp's life. And now Cabal Gaming put themselves in a great spot to potentially get on a match point with only soft destruction and a little bit of execute utility. Well, I lied. There is an ace, but nonetheless, still a crippling lack of that crucial utility from Free Eli is going to really just damn them in this round.
Glad, by the way. They do have a Gone 6 in the back pocket of Scary, but again, not enough burn. Now that the Grim is dead, they have literally no burn apart from 3 flashes, but against so many with Mind Disc that's already been placed inside of this round, you probably will not get close to that shield. And so now they kind of have to depend on maybe using these flashbangs in order to create good opportunities for themselves to find some quick trades, or really in a 3v5 you can't afford to get any trades, and they can't even afford to walk into Terrace. They can't even buy themselves a ticket to get into Drum. That's Warrior to find another kill, and Free Eli are struggling inside of this round to find an entry pick. I mean, let alone any space inside of the map. Warrior ends off the kill, or ends off the round just as he meant to start it, and it's Cabal Gaming to put themselves on match point.
Great stuff there from Cabal Gaming. Just absolutely amazing. The positioning, the pre-placed C4s were all fantastic from the defense. Everything that they did in that round was designed to slow Free Eli's push down from the office side. And it worked. They anticipated correctly what Free Eli's plan was. And as you saw, flawless round, simple as that. Match point here. And Free Eli, I feel like they're just playing a little bit too loose right now. They need to rein back in some of these players like Temp, like Spider, like Scary, who are seemingly just doing their own thing right now. Sure, they might be helping the team a little bit, but in that last round, it's a top floor defense. You can send Scary on the buck down below to clear out some of these power positions and even potentially hunt for that C4. Because surely, if your intel's good, if you're clearing a bucket from down below, you can find that C4 just based off sound cues. And that's not only, you know, gives yourself some control from down below to push your way in and start pushing some of these players out, but it also would have eventually ended up saving one of your players' lives.
5 seconds to go.
Ooh, very tough game to watch on Skyscraper so far for Free Eli, but it's been pretty solid so far from Cabal Gaming, all things considered. The Karaoke T defense was a complete lockout after 2 early picks from Warrior. It looks like he's going to try and repeat the same thing again with a spawn peek just outside of the delivery door, so if somebody gets a little bit too careless here from Free Eli, which could certainly be the case, he could probably find a kill until someone like Spider, who was eyeing that entry up or looking towards that area of the map. But it doesn't look like Free Eli is going to really interact with the office side that much. While there is a summer chart sent on the house single wall, it looks like it's going to be a Karaoke and T over clear from Free Eli in order to start this round off.
Well, initially, Free Eli are starting to clear their way in from the top of Black Stairs and over by Shrine. Geek is in a spot to actually shut down this initial clear in. I don't believe he's been droned out yet. He's kind of just ratting in this corner and waiting for a player like Wylucky to walk his way in here, and Nade will get caught by a magnet as it tries to potentially clear him out. So it will hide his position for just a little bit longer, as he's not or he doesn't have to actually rather walk his way through there and try to get out of dodge. Now Mesk has pushed his way forward as well. Right now Cabal Gaming are playing this pretty aggressively, trying to challenge Free Eli head on.
And whoever's going to be the first one, that first point of contact, he may just try for a flank integration, but they might not need it. Player just on the terrace, or just in terrace, finds a kill just outside the terrace window. Skibbity down, but 2 players down on the side of Cabal Gaming. J6 and Glover caught by a quick little rotate through Geisha, and that's aimed to find a direct cutoff onto 2 players. And that's directly knocked the men count down. 2 men for Cabal Gaming, who are just down to 3, with Free Eli in a lead with 2, or with 1 at least, now down to just an even man count as Scarp finds a kill down below, or just outside the house single wall. And a nice pre-placed Nitro Cell is going to make this entry quite difficult for Free Eli, who have just found themselves in Shrine, or the furthest position they have is just in Dragon, which is not really enough to work off as an entry point. The Nitro Cell is correctly placed as well to kind of counter this direct push, and they probably won't even push into house where the Nitro Cell is placed, but it doesn't matter. Warrior just goes absolutely nuclear. He finds 2 kills, and that's the direct entry point completely denied there from Free Eli, who were too scared to go through house because of a single Nitro Cell that was caught out by the IQ. Now flashbang gone out to distract the minibar player. The Spider's still very much afraid to go through the office door because of the vertical angle down below, and he gets lit up because of it. The minibar player's still alive, and that's the castle of Geek that he might just find himself in a gunfight with. Spider trains his, well, his crosshair at head level, but he can't quite find the head once Geek peeks up. Very nice re-peek there from Geek, and a very nice victory on Skyscraper for their very first game in the BGS Season 1 in Group D.
Cabal Gaming, the first team from Group D to pick up a win. and it's against Free Eli. Not a shocking scoreline, but at the same time, it is all that shocking because, like I mentioned in the pregame, there are good players on Cabal. But if you were just looking your way in and looking at the names on both teams, I'm sure you would recognize some of the names over on Free Eli a little bit better. A great 7-4 victory from Cabal Gaming, but they're not done yet. They got another game right after this, right, Shaka?
Yes, they do. And I can't quite remember who it's against, but this should give them some great momentum going into their second game of tonight. The final game for us tonight. We're going to go into a quick break, and once we come back, we will be back with Cabal Gaming's second game of the night and our final game here for BGS Season 1, Day 2.
My city's gonna tell you the tale. Everyone was left in the veil. My time won't come to an end. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around and keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting. I'm bad to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life. I'm fighting. Yeah, I'm bad to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life. I'm fighting. The ash keep burning down. No, you won't hear a sound. The screaming bottled within. Take a look around and keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting. And I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role.
Welcome back to the Blitz Gaming series. We're here for the last game of tonight. 3 best of ones dusted. Now it's on to the 4th and last one, and it's going to be Cabal Gaming to play their 2nd game of tonight, and this time it's going to be against Bottle Service. A good win in their first game against Free Eli on Skyscraper, and now they look to repeat it again. I'm still Chaka. That's still Nomical, and I'm excited to cast another best of one with Cabal Gaming in it.
Yeah, Cabal Gaming in their last matchup, they sure looked good in some areas, but other areas not so much. It was a 7-4 win for them on Skyscraper, and I think their biggest thing that they did well was playing some of their offsite positions on defense. On attack, sure, they were good as well, but they also had gaps in their information that they need to work on heading into this next game. And as we look at the rosters once again, it's kind of that same story of last game, but this time it applies to both teams. Cabal Gaming, they've got that one player that has that top tier, or not top tier, but higher tier experience in scarping with wildcard aces back in Element 3. But Bottle Service, they've got the same thing rather, but just to a higher level. Penguin is a great player, and we saw him at SI 2021, so he's really going to be the glue and the leader of Bottle Service.
Yep, decided right next to Penguin is going to be Dami Maniac and 2 other players. They just like disappeared really quickly, but what's not going to disappear really quickly is our map picks. They're going to show up right now so that we could show you guys exactly where we're going in this best of one matchup between Bottle Service and Cabal Gaming. And if you talk about like Cabal Gaming and what issues they had, I think it's fair to talk about what issues Bottle Service have, as it is confirmed that it is going to be Clubhouse that we're going to be going to. But like I said, for Bottle Service, when I watched their game against Hush and the qualifier number 1, which is what they qualified through, that was a team I was talking about earlier when I was talking with Goose, and the fact that Hush liked to flank a lot, and it was against Bottle Service that they were quite successful in it. So just like how Cabal Gaming may have some gaps with their information game, that same issue applies to Service. And if they don't have that fix coming into this game against Cabal Gaming, that could be a real big issue that we see exploited on a map like Clubhouse.
I think this map plays well for both teams. Yes, it does leave the flank potential to be there, but for both teams, you know, being quote unquote newer and maybe just not as coordinated or maybe as strategy oriented as some of these other teams that we have here in Blitz Gaming series, like Makers, like Aerial Rise, because I imagine both these teams are kind of just friends playing together initially, that, you know, went pretty well, and they were like, hey, let's keep this going. Now, I could be completely mistaken about that. We don't know what goes on behind the scenes, but nonetheless, the potential is there. Clubhouse, back to my point, is a map that every team and every player should know at least to a basic level, so it will enable them to play it fairly at a high level, and it should make for a very compelling and close game.
Clubhouse is seen as a very neutral map, just, well, not neutral in terms of like attacking and defense, but neutral enough between teams in the sense that everybody should know how to play Clubhouse. It's the same thing as Oregon. Oregon, like Clubhouse, is very defender-sided, but it's still a map that everybody should know how to play on. And I'm expecting that if we get put on this map, you have somebody like Penguin on the side of Bottle Service, who is a very experienced player, specifically a very experienced IGL. And this may just be the map where it's his bread and butter. He may find a lot of success here on Cabal Gaming, seeing as though Bottle Service do start off on a defense, and it was on the attack where we saw Cabal Gaming struggle the most on Sky.
I think this is the first time we've gotten Clubhouse on the BGS stream, because I don't remember seeing this flyover before. It's very interesting. Shout out to our producer Chad for making these flyovers. He did a great job with putting our stream package together. But nonetheless, as we start to look towards this game, I'm interested to see what the bans might bring for both these teams. Clubhouse, well, yes, you will still get your standard operators like potentially the Montang, potentially the Ying, probably something like a Valkyrie. There is still that potential for more of those niche operators, like a Wamai band could potentially come out to block out something like Raptors. You could get a zombie. Let's see, you could also get maybe a Maverick band, you know, to clear and make it a little bit easier to hold hatches, to hold the platform breach. There's just so many different options that could hinder different portions of the attack and defense that really fit into Clubhouse that you could see.
Yeah, I mean, Maverick was a default ban on this map, but with the introduction of Tubarão and now Kaid becoming slightly more popular on this map because of Tubarão, Maverick doesn't really see a high ban rate anymore. And if you leave the Tubarão up, you have to leave the Maverick up, because Maverick is the only counterable tool to Tubarão. So if we're going to talk about default bans, I think, you know, Tubarão is going to be up there for one of them. And I feel like most teams don't do this because they're very focused on banning the Azami now that Fenrir has been nerfed. But I feel like Fenrir is a very good ban on this map as well, because he locks down so many of the entry points. On Clubhouse specifically, and on Basement, he can lock down all three main entry points. He can lock down Oil Pit, he can lock down Secret Stairs, he can lock down bottom main, or even Moto. He can lock down the dirt doorway as well. And even though you only have 4 charges, those 4 charges could be enough to lock down some of the main entry points on this map. And I feel like Fenrir is a really good ban on this map as well, but I can see why most teams would want to ban the Azami out. As we do start off with the first bans here on Clubhouse between Bottle Service and Cabal Gaming. It's going to be Bottle Service to start us off with the bans.
I would imagine that we see a Monty ban here, like I mentioned earlier on. It's fairly stock standard nowadays with how things go. But we'll just have to see what both teams are feeling, as it will be the Maverick. Okay, off the board first by Bottle Service.
Wow.
That's an interesting one, like you were mentioning. It will mean operators like the Tubarão could potentially be in play for a ban, or even just a higher pick rate than what you would normally see. Now, that Monty ban does make sense. Cabal Gaming clearly do not like going against it. This is now the second time they banned it out. They banned it last game against Free Eli. But another thing I want to talk about as we get into this game. When you're watching Cabal, take a look at how they're enabling Warrior. Warrior last game went absolutely nuclear. Got 17 kills against Free Eli.
Yeah.
And on a map like Clubhouse that will probably play even more into their favor, look to see how they can enable him. And if he's having a great game, that should be enough to give Cabal Gaming the edge here.
Okay, wow, it's not going to be the Tuberal, it's going to be the Kaid, and wow, I don't really know what to think about that. I mean, sure, you get rid of the Maverick, that makes sense to then get rid of maybe the Kaid, but you have the Thatcher up, you have a way to counter the Kaid, but now that Tuberal is up, you don't have anybody to counter him, because you banned the only counter that existed in the game against the Tuberal. And it's going to be bottle service. It's going to be a quick pause though, and it's going to be bottle service to start off on the basement side. And you have to imagine that they will most likely pick into the Tuberal in this first round. Yeah, unfortunate that we can't see what Husseini picked. I'm assuming that he's the player having the technical issues, but yeah, that's a pretty interesting result between Wanted Goons and Hush. And if we're gonna talk off topic a little bit, because there's really not a lot to talk about between Cabal Gaming and Bottle Service quite yet. We talked about Cabal Gaming quite a bit, and we talked about Bottle Service with what limited information that we do have. Never mind, we don't have to talk about Wanted Goons or the Hush game. We could probably talk about that later if we still have time in the late hours of the night here in the US of A. But it's going to be Bottle Service to start us off with a basement defense. And no, I was wrong. They're not going to pick into the Tuberal in this very first round, but they do have the Fenrir being played here on the basement site.
Yeah, I do like... Sorry, I was muted there, so I don't know how much was missed, but nonetheless, I really was saying I like the Fenrir here from Bottle Service. While sure, Fenrir is not nearly as strong as he used to be, it still gives you that little bit of safety knowing a couple of angles are blocked off and will have, you know, that intel given away if Cabal Gaming decide they want to push from there. So great little bit of utility being brought out here from Bottle Service. But also, not only that, I really like how they're playing this extension. They're trying to hold on to the first two floors, and with the fact that they may know that Cabal Gaming are not quite as coordinated, they might be able to catch some of these attackers off guard.
The players are entering by themselves so far. It's Greylock in the middle of kitchen, and she could be punished quite heavily with the Nitro Cell play, but it's the first kill starting off from Hasuni, and that was... He was originally playing inside of garage, so you have to imagine that Scarp tried to maybe open up lower garage walls or even tried to go through the garage door. Either way, that's the buck already dealt with. Software taking off for the board, the primary software operator taking off the board here for Cabal Gaming. They start this round off really, really rough. They haven't gained any space really as of yet. They've outside of the space that Bottle Service have given up to them, and a Nitro Cell goes out, but it's to no avail. I mean, Warrior is standing inside of that kitchen for so long, and nobody really thought to throw a Nitro Cell up because they just had no info on them.
Yeah, one of those 3 C4s burned out to no avail by Penguin, but nonetheless, they've still got man advantage, so they're more than happy to just sit here and wait and try to put fear into the hearts of Cabal. Not only that, Adapt up above could potentially have a huge impact if Cabal Gaming doesn't know he's here, which it doesn't look like they do initially, but they're going to send out a logic bomb to try and track him down. I don't know if they've given away his position. He might not have been close enough to any of these attackers to actually give away the fact that he's up there. So it looks like he'll just continue to sit and wait and potentially cause problems. But not only that, there's a second player up above, but here comes the execute. Geek just drops right in and looks to go for the plant. Man disadvantage and all. Hasuni throws a C4 to claim his life. Another one for Hasuni. And it's a 5 versus 2 in favor of Bottle Service. Now, Warrior will finally claim a life back, but still the damage is done. The execute has failed, and now Cabal just have to go for broke.
Initial execute plan just got like flat out on its feet, or fell off on its feet, as the diffuser quite literally fell out on the ground. Claude, they don't have that completed, and now it's Bottle Service in a very comfortable position. All they really have to do is watch the entry points, and that's Jocks taken off of the board. A really nice swing and a make there from Warrior, but Pengi finds a headshot on the other side of the map, and it leaves Warrior, even though he had a very good game in their earlier game against Free Eli, he has to find 2 more, and it may just seem impossible, but he does make it possible for himself. A 1v2, and this is quite clutchable with 20 seconds left. Diffuser in the middle of sight. This may just be what he needs. He recognizes that there is a player playing on a vertical here, and he heard him initially, got the diffuser, crosses, and doesn't quite get caught out there from Asuni, but a quick catch drop from Adapt. Make sure that he does connect with the headshot onto Warrior, and it's Cabal Gaming to lose the opening round here against Bottle Service, who had a really nice plan there on their roam game in order to stop Cabal Gaming from executing on site.
2 big red flags for me from Cabal Gaming in that round. Number 1, that attack was pretty well over before it even got started. Sure, they had a chance there in the end when they just dropped through the hatches, but it was over for one big reason. Number 1, they lost the buck early on before any value could be found out of that operator, so they had to spend a lot of time clearing out kitchen and trying to make do with other soft destruction options they had available. And number 2, like you mentioned, they didn't clear the roamers. That was a huge problem for them. They left those 2 players, Adapt in particular, on the top floor, even with the Dokkaebi still available. And with that, it enabled Bottle Service to play a lot more free because of the fact that those roamers weren't cleared out. They were able to relay information to the players on site that, hey, Cabal isn't going to push them here, focus on these areas. And that's exactly what Bottle Service did. They focused on those areas, claimed all the kills when Cabal tried to go for it, and while sure Cabal had a nice clutch attempt there at the end, it just ended up all being for naught.
It'll be Bottle Service to try another site, and I mean, they can't play basement no more. They try a less popular second floor site. Jim Bedroom is not really well liked, but CCTV and Cash is very infamous. It's not really the best of sites. You just open up the platform wall, and that gives you so much control, not only towards site, but also towards the Raptors position, and also Cash, especially with these head holes being initiated here from Bottle Service. So they kind of don't really have enough emphasis, or a lot of emphasis, in terms of like playing towards the platform breach or keeping it closed. But it seems like Bottle Service, or rather Cabal Gaming, are going to be trying to exert a lot of pressure on different parts of the map. Jacuzzi wall open from a breaching charge, and that's going to direct some attention towards Jacuzzi. But they're also going to try and get the platform breach open. But the only issue is that there's still a mute jammer on the wall, and at least they have an IQ to recognize that the mute jammer is there. So they place it on a different part of the wall, and they get the platform breach open successfully.
Yeah, good time management so far from Cabal Gaming. They've gotten the main breach open, like you mentioned, but they've also started to put pressure on a garage. I don't know how he just got away with that. J6 just runs right in front of Jox's line of sight, but is not punished for it, and will still continue to persist and put pressure outside of the platform breach. But like I was mentioning, Cabal, they've done a good job of pushing out the bottom portions of garage. While they still have a couple players on Raptors to worry about, and they're going to need to dedicate utility to actually clearing these players, they still have the opportunity to do that because they've given themselves some extra time.
Well, flash grenades don't burn out the Wamai disc on the top of Raptors, and the fires go wayward at first, and a flurry of kills are found from Bottle Service. They still had somebody in lower garage, and that was not well read there from Cabal Gaming. Actually, he was in lounge, so there was still some emphasis to hold down below, but it's still Bottle Service to hold down the impending push down in the bottom garage for the majority of this round, and they're still doing that despite losing lounge control. A nice pick from the Raptors player, and a Nitro Cell to confirm the kill, leaves Geek in the 1v4. They haven't even opened up this garage door completely, and it's Cabal Gaming to get shut down as soon as they try to go for a garage push. Well played from Bottle Service.
Oh, absolutely. Very well played. While I mentioned Cabal gave themselves options, once again, the timing just wasn't there. And while sure, that is something that's easily fixable, I don't think Cabal know that it's a problem. They're trying to, yes, use utility, but they aren't backing that utility up with a play. They threw in the Capital fire, but then fell victim to the fact that there was other players inside of Raptors. They weren't ready to actually support each other for that clear. They wanted to go for garage. The idea was there. The initial take was good. But then when it all came down to those all-important milliseconds of timing, it just fell apart for them, and it steamrolled in Bottle Service's way, and that was that.
Yeah, I mean, I also said towards the end of it, they didn't even have the garage door open. And the garage door being open or being closed may seem like a slightly little thing, but it's really important when pushing up into Raptors. If you don't have that garage door open, you kind of put yourself in a position where the defense is very much cornering you into one single area of the map, which was just bottom garage. And that was it. They had no other cutoffs on other areas of the map. Platform, there wasn't even anybody there for a majority of the round to help cut off the my players who rotated out of the Raptors position. So now Cabal Gaming, you know, they had a very good opportunity in the second round with them starting off really well with their utility, opening up platform wall. Now they kind of have to do the same thing here, and it's going to be the same idea. Open up platform wall to exert some pressure onto the CCTV cache extension, and for Bottle Service, it's the same thing as well. Have somebody on top rafters, and that's going to be scouted out by a drone from just outside the garage door from Geek. But at the moment, they can't really find their ways inside of the building.
About 45 seconds burned so far, and Cabal, once again, are playing a little bit slower. They're trying to take the steps that they need to take to actually secure themselves a breach into the building. But right now, nothing's coming of it. Now, Asuni will eat some damage, but it's Penguin playing off of his teammate to claim the first kill, and not only that, get away with both him and his teammate's life and send themselves back up the red staircase. They're just getting out of dodge here. And while sure they've given up the platform breach in the process, I'm pretty sure you trade the breach for a kill any day of the week.
Yeah, Ash is down, and that means that like you have less breaching charges to work with, which means that the castle barricades have a longer lifespan. And on top of that, somebody's in a DBNO state, and now they're confirmed by a Penguin who has a double kill inside of this round. That's your capture CCTV extension now or the cache and CCTV clear rather, now further dealt with here from Cabal Gaming, who seemingly struggled with their entry engagements inside of this round. And even though the highway windows may put a lot of pressure onto the on-site defense, they can just like back away slightly, and there's really nothing that Cabal Gaming can do. One player sneaks up into construction though, and maybe he can find a freebie. He finds two! It's Scarp from the construction doorway, and is right, because how is he allowed to walk in? Bottle Service still keep themselves in a even man count, with Penguin now on an ace, and he does find, well, the ace at the end of the round. It's Warrior to fall, Penguin to remain supreme, and Bottle Service to find a flawless quarter in this game on Clubhouse, now going on to their attack.
Wait. We just got to stop for a second. Cabal lost the first two picks, then Scarping just swings into bedroom, gets 2 kills, then dies to Penguin, and then Penguin just turns right around and gets another kill, gets his 4K. The final player jumps in the gym window, dies to a frost mat, and then is finished off by Penguin. I think I got all that right. Did I get the order correct? I think I did. But yeah. Again, Cabal, where are the trades in that situation? Yes, Scarping walks in and gets 2 kills. Yes, the round looks closer than it actually is. It could have been way closer if you just play with your teammates a little bit better, if you're playing better angles for the trades. We talked about it in the last game. I said they needed to play more for the trades, and you said on top of that they need to play better angles for the trades, and that's continuing here. That is a huge problem for them right now, and while sure they were able to get away with it against Free Eli, they're not going to get away with it as we're seeing against a team that's experienced as Bottle Service is.
Certainly the case, because, well, 3-0 is as convincing as it gets. An ace in the third round to end off the quarter half, the perfect quarter half for a Bottle Service from Penguin and IGL. I'm assuming he's the IGL, who's the most experienced player on the team. But it's going to be Bottle Service to take 3-0 and now, or take the half 3-0, and now they're going on to their attack. And already you see some pretty important operators being picked here from Bottle Service, the Ying for the Candelas, and already putting some pressure over by Dirt. But you have the Smoke playing here in that position in the Dirt tunnel too. And you also have the Grim as well, so it tells me that they not only want Dirt controlled, but they also maybe want to try and get some control over by Blue with the Grim Bees as well.
Yeah, I really like Bottle Service's lineup here. They've got a little bit of everything. They've got soft destruction, they've got vertical destruction, they've got hard breach, but most importantly, they've got a plethora of operators to help them for the execute, which you're going to need, especially if you're going to go for a hatch take, whether it be over by Kitchen or whether it be over by Blue. Now, hang on a second. Mesk might find an opening pick here. Somebody walks in for free. He does some damage, but no, Penguin's just ready for that fight and is better in that situation. Opening pick, once again, going the way of bottle service. Cabal Gaming tried to find themselves an opening and in turn get punished for it, now having to fight from the back foot.
That's such an old school angle as well. It's an angle that's being used all the time. Every time somebody tries to get aggressive over by the main stairs, they always get cut off by a buck playing just above the main hallway using the skeleton key in order to make vertical angles. The first kill happens with the Melusi, but you have to imagine that the job is already done for the Melusi. It's not even really that you lose anything with the Melusi, right? It's the fact that you lose a body and now you're stuck in a 5v4 on a basement defense. That can be as much of a boon for the defense as it is for the attackers once you find yourself at that man disadvantage, especially when you have to deal with the Yin Candelas that's already going in through Moto, and also on the other side of that, the Grimbees from Bar. Candelas go out and the drop is already prepped in. On the other side of it, there's a cutoff from the central stairs, and Asuni has gained control of Blue at the end of it, and that finds another, and on top of that, Scarp has to find a 1v5 clutch, and it's a flawless round from Bottle Service to make it 4-0.
That was an absolute masterclass from Bottle Service, quite honestly. Just looking throughout the entire round, they were in complete control the whole time. We get a Cabal Gaming timeout, and I think this is a great time to use it. Looking back at that attack from Bottle Service, their coordination was good. They had a player ready to trade if Penguin lost the opening engagement. But not only that, they used the utility perfectly to not only mask, but also assist with their execute in through the Moto hatch, in through Kitchen. And they did a great job in just all different angles of not giving Cabal Gaming an opening. Because sure, in some of these rounds, Cabal Gaming had an opening for themselves. But in that round, Bottle Service had every single area of the map locked down tight and were able to just walk right through.
Yeah, I mean, you also just have so much utility there from Cabal Gaming, or sorry, rather, Bottle Service. And I don't think Cabal Gaming really had much to counter that. I mean, the best thing that you can try to do is get aggressive, and that's exactly what happened. And that's exactly what they tried to do in the early round, and it got shut down. It's good from Bottle Service to make sure that, you know, that they don't fall victim to tricks like that. So now it's going to be up to Cabal Gaming after that timeout to convert it, because, you know, you only get one timeout in regulation and you're already 4-0 down, so you have to hope that at some point you're going to convert it. Being down 5-0 before you even get a chance onto your attack with Bottle Service then going on to the defense after going like maybe 5 or 6-0 is a very, very dangerous line to walk on.
This round is crucial for Cabal Gaming. If they can't pull this round out over on Jim, I fear for their chances of getting back into this. Because they lost the basement, and yes, that is statistically the best site for the defenders. But there is also some different spots and some different situations where that site can become heavily favored for the attack. Particularly if the attack is allowed to keep all of their bodies up through the action and opening phases of the round, they can pressure multiple different angles and squeeze the defense just further and further back into open areas of the site. Now, you saw Warrior going for that opening spawn peek, and I like that from him, because of the fact that they've been playing a little bit scared. Not necessarily scared, but on top of that, just uncoordinated. They need something to slow Bottle Service down and give themselves a chance to breathe. Being aggressive like that will slow Bottle Service and make them think about every single engagement and every single room they try to clear, because of the fact that they might be a little bit more scared of the fact that there's a player from Cabal in that spot.
Yeah, I mean, Warrior has certainly done his fair share of like getting kills inside of this round and being even. The rest of the Cabal Gaming, not so much. Everybody else is negative. Scarp has 2 kills. Okay, and J6 is going to continue to not have any kills. Penguin finds 2 inside of this round. Scarp finds his 3rd of the map. And Penguin finally does go down, but you have to imagine with 2 players being down, plus the Wamai playing on top of East Stairs, CCTV Cash is now in favor of Bottle Service. And Cabal Gaming have decided to just back up and give that control up for free, not playing too aggressively into it just because they lost so much space already. They don't want to sit here and give up any more advantages. Candelas go in through the Logi hatch. There's not any action going on top of that, and it provides some phantom pressure over on this onto this Cabal Gaming defense. Second Candela goes down, you have to imagine there's going to be some action on top of that. Highway's posing a lot of issues for Cabal Gaming as Dami finds a kill just outside of the jacuzzi balcony. And then the Nitro Cell does confirm a kill there for Cabal Gaming, but they can't find any others as Sasuni just walks in from the construction window and just finds 2 picks on top of that. So what we all feared, Bottle Service 5-0 up on their attacking half.
At this point, I don't see any way that this isn't a 7-0 for Bottle Service. Like, Cabal just don't look like the same team that we saw from the last game. Their aggression isn't nearly as there. It's not nearly as potent. Their timings just feel off. And not only that, every single time they try to create themselves an opening, and even if they do create themselves an opening, at that point in the round, they're so far back and they're so overextended that they just don't have a chance. In the last round, they had way too many gaps as that round started to unfold, and it allowed Hasuni to just walk right into the site. He just walked in, unsupported. I believe he went from the highway window, like you mentioned, that he was putting pressure on, just jumped in construction, walked right in, found a couple kills because of that, and ended the round. Cabal, they need something. They need like a trap. They need some sort of intel. They just need something to help slow down and tell them what it is that Bottle Service wants to do, because right now they have no idea.
Attackers must locate and defuse
Yeah,
the
I'll also
bomb.
be completely honest. I don't see Cabal Gaming playing off of each other that well, especially in the early rounds for the defense. It's like Penguin just walks in and gets a double kill by, I believe that was East Stairs, and that provides the entry point that Bottle Service need. The problem with that is that Penguin shouldn't be doing that with the Thatcher. That's kind of crazy that he's allowed to do that. So now you kind of have to look at the early round here for Cabal Gaming, and also look at their teamwork slightly, because like they had this issue against Free Eli. It just wasn't as well punished by Free Eli as it's been by Bottle Service. Warriors by himself inside of Secret, that's been well dealt with from Hasuni, and that's the first kill yet again going in favor of Bottle Service. I say look to make this a 6-0 before we even get to the third quarter half of this map of Clubhouse.
I talked about in the pre-show that if they were going to have success, Cabal Gaming needed to enable Warrior. And so far, they not only haven't done that, but they've also tried to send him off and be very solo with some of these early aggressive plays, rather. And it just hasn't worked. They've lost all but one opening pick, if not all of them. I didn't quite catch round number 5 accurately, but I believe they've lost all of them now. And these early rounds have really been just the factor that has screwed them in so many of these occasions. Now, Adapt will get another kill, but thankfully, Mesk and Geek are able to keep things stabilized for Cabal Gaming here as they equalize the man count.
Trying to make an entry work through construction, and I don't know why that doesn't expect him to swing back through the doorway. He gets smoked. He's looking at a completely different position through the construction single, and J6 is found from Dami. Damage has already been done on either side though, and it doesn't seem like they can quite get a lockdown on the East Stairs position. Geek has been absolutely instrumental in trying to hold that position down, and he has to be even more effective in trying to find 2 more kills. That's triple kill in the round, and he's on for a quad. Pulls out the pistol, can just reload the MK, and that's exactly what he does. Diffuser's in the hands of Jockstone. He's going to try and bait out some movement here from Geek, but he's played that perfectly well. Bait some sound on these stairs, get rid of the barbed wire as well. He can try and play down below. Won't go for a flanking garage. That's way too dangerous. And the Grim Beast, he's going to try and retake this position. But now, Jock should know that he's trying to retake on East Stairs, and it's been well played from Jocks. Grim Beast to take his position, and he can't quite retake from the rotate as he would want to, and it's Bottle Service to get a 6-0 now going on to defense, ready to lock it out now.
I figured out why Bottle Service are winning 6-0, Chaka. You want to know the reason?
Yes, sir.
They're not playing stupid. At this point, I hate to say it, but Cabal are just playing stupid, quite frankly. Like, that last round was the greatest chance that we've seen them have a success. And then he just runs through Grimbees in a 1v1. Why?
Yeah.
You're in a 1v1.
Why?
That just gives free information as to where you're at to the other team. You had cameras showing where the site was. Just wait. You're on the defense. He has to come to you or try to get the plant down. And with those cameras in the site, he can just sit down below and try to kill the guy from down there. Even then, you have sound cues to potentially assist with that. There was no need to run through those Grimbies, and he did it anyways, and they lost the round. Like, at that point, there's just no excuses.
Yeah, you also had red pings going out on the Grim as well, and you have an MK14 down below. That's plenty of different opportunities that you can use. You can use the MK14 in order to make more software. You can even use the MK14 to open hatches. That's how powerful of a gun it is. And so the fact that he just runs through on top red through Grimbies and he like commits to pushing straight into him with the Grimbies still pinging his position way after he's left east stairs. It's kind of crazy to me. And that's bottle service now 6-0 up. And they have an opportunity on clubhouse defense. And of course, the first site they pick is basement. The same site that Cabal Gaming had an issue with on round number 1 when it came to not only clearing out the roamers, but also executing on site.
As we enter what could be the final round of the evening, Bottle Service get right back on the defense where we've seen them have plenty of success before, and we start things off at Church. Last time Cabal Gaming really struggled to clear out this roam presence from Bottle Service, and that looks to be the case once again, as Bottle Service are pretty much doing the exact same thing. They've got Adapt up above on the Bandit, looking to deny some entries from up above, but not only that, waste time and give information to the players on the site. And with that, finally, Warrior is able to get the opening pick onto Dami, and that's the first opening pick for Cabal, but not only that, Cabal are just quickly storming their way onto the site, bypassing the roam entirely.
Yeah, I mean, they got detected by a friend of mine, but they are pushing together as a unit. Warriors leading the charge, and they're already in church with the diffuser in hand. Scarping actually is leading the charge, and he has that space on top of that. Sees the Nitro Cell get thrown out, but he doesn't re-swing to confirm the kill into Penguin. Diffuser's now down in the middle of sight. It's a great retake from Bottle Service through Blue and Oil Pit, but the response is even better from Cabal Gaming. They put themselves on a 1v2, but Diffuser is still in church. Penguin, the last player alive, has to find 2. Can't quite find a player that's prone. Pulls out the Mossberg, finds 1, connects the kill onto J6. Last player alive is on 16 HP, and he has an SMG that can sink quite well. And Mesk isn't even looking the right way. He still expected him to rotate through Highway, but he rotates through Blue instead. And it's Penguin, the myth, the man, the legend, the player that was an SI, who clutches it out for Bottle Service as they take the map. Clubhouse, the first game of their BGS season, 7-0.
What a way to end the night, Chaka. A 7-0, the first 7-0 of Blitz Gaming series for Bottle Service. And Cabal, while sure they had some moments that they could go back and say we did okay on, I think in particular that Bottle Service game, after they went 1-1 tonight, they need to go back and look at, because there was just so many small mistakes they were making, particularly in the early rounds, that were really hurting them. Because we saw the individual gun skill is there, but they're just not playing like a team. They need to really focus on that team play if they're going to have success in the later games.
Yeah, and that was well punished by Bottle Service a number of times, whether Cabal Gaming were on the defense or on the attack. Every time Warrior was by himself, compare that to the free Eli game, he was pretty much shut down every single time he tried to do something in the Bottle Service game. His stats weren't nearly as impressive as they were against free Eli. You have to commend Bottle Service for playing together like a team and also playing Clubhouse pretty smartly, especially when it came to taking their one-on-one engagements and clearing space together as a team.
Well, Chaka, that is it for Playday number 2. It's been a great first 2 days here at Blitz Gaming Series, and we've got plenty more action coming at you this week. We're off tomorrow, but we're back on Thursday for Playday number 3, so stay tuned in our Discord, here on Twitch, and over on our Twitter page at BGS_R6 for more updates on action coming later this week. On behalf of myself, our great production team, and you, Chaka, we'd like to say thank you very much for watching, and have a great rest of your night.
My city's gonna tell you the tale. Everyone was left in the veil. My time won't come to an end. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around and keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting. I'm bad to the bone, got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. Yeah, I'm bad to the bone, got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. The ash keep burning down. No, you won't hear a sound. The screaming bottled within. Take a look around and keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting. And I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting for my life. So keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone, and I'll be fighting.
Thank you.